Hello, you're listening to Otaku Spirit Anime Cast. My name is Andrew, and I'm joined here with Chris.
Yo.
And today's episode is our Anime of the Year 2021 Deliberations. Yes, it is finally time to really dive into what was the best of the year. And yes, this isn't just, a couple judges that have, watched one show a season or something like that. No, the thing you kind of get here that you won't get from most other places is we watch way too many shows. Enough shows that most people go, why are you even watching that garbage? I mean, that's not even worth it. You should just watch these shows because they're obviously, objectively, the best shows. Everything else isn't worth it. But we don't do that here. We're stupid. And so we watch way too much stuff. Plus, technically this year, Andrew went full-time doing nothing but covering anime. So that kind of helps. But yes, that's all our shtick here is just to essentially give everything a chance. Every single show, at least an episode. But pretty much, I think with every single season, we're at least about 30 shows plus that we completed. So like I said before, it gives you an idea that you're going to give a full perspective here on all the shows. And not only that, but we'd like to cover a lot of shows in different genres as well so that we make sure that we get as many shows as possible covered. Because our whole thing here really is, yes, to give everything a shot, but also at the same time, make sure that we give as many a chance to shine as possible. So even if a show isn't the greatest show of the year, I think having things like romance and, yes, even Isekai genre gives us the opportunity to really let as many shows shine as possible. So we'll go through a whole bunch of different genres: action, adventure, romance, sci-fi, different types of themes, things like Isekai, Harem, those kind of things, in order to kind of gauge those, as well as get into best boy, best girl, cutest character, most OP villain. I'm sure hopefully this time we'll actually get into that stuff because we typically run out of time. Then we'll get into seasonal, which shows were the best each season. And then, of course, at the very end, we will get into the most heated topic, the best show of the entire year. Now, I want to pose to Chris right off the bat one possible change, two changes. The first change is I think we're going to ditch the both. I don't think we've never really gotten. There's no real point to trying to combine the two lists. And I think every time that we do it, we're just basically going based on what show is higher on each list, and it doesn't really amount to much. So I think unless you're against it, I think we should just toss the combining thing.
I guess that's not a real big problem. It's usually just more fun because we get to tease that we're willing and dealing, but half the time it depends on who's
fun. Right, I think it's fun at first, but after a while, it's usually kind of us just going, yeah, we'll just do this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun at first, but then we don't really do much with it. I mean, we could definitely argue back and forth who we think is the better list. I think that'd be more fun. But I think
I don't even understand. We could just save ourselves a whole bunch of trouble because everybody's already decided that my best of the year is Fruit of Evolution. So
yeah, either that or either that or Warlords of Signifer is now his favorite of this year too. Which I have to apologize. Let's get that out of the way. I have an apology for Chris. I know I don't do this often because typically I'm always right, but I was wrong on his whole take on Warlords of Signifer. Not what you're thinking. I was wrong in that he did not put it above A Sentence of a Bookworm. I thought that he had put it above A Sentence of a Bookworm. It was Kaguya-sama Love is War that he put it above. That's what I made fun of him during our deliberations that year. So you did not put it above A Sentence of a Bookworm. So I think when I went back and I heard that, I was like, oh, wait. He's not as bad as a brother as I thought he was. He just put it above a perfect show, which was Kaguya-sama Love is War. He put this very flawed show that he angered so much in his review. But I just wanted to get that out there. I apologize. I misspoke, and I've been misspoking for an entire, year now that you did something you didn't. So there you go. My brother's not as bad as I thought he was.
Okay.
But anyways, we'll go through all this stuff. I've already gotten nominations put under each list, so hopefully it covers what Chris would want in there as well. It just kind of takes some time to throw them around and get everything preset, because typically we'll wait until afterwards and then fix it, and that's not really good because it ends up taking... I think our old Deliberations podcast were upwards of I think we would have like 2 sessions of 8 hours of recording, and it was pain to edit, even though I didn't edit at all. But yeah, we're a lot more organized now than we used to be. Even though I keep telling myself every year I need to start filling out these lists as we go along. That way it's not as painful. But of course, a couple ground rules before we get started. We always set the ground rules for everybody. We do not have things nominated that are not completed in the year. So, as much as everybody wants to say Ranking of Kings is the best anime of 2021, it's not done yet, so we don't have it in our list. A certain group decided that Ranking of Kings based on 2 episodes, which I do love, is anime of the year, but no, we wait until it's completed. So Ranking of Kings will be in 2022, and I'm sure it will probably be anime of the year of 2022 for us. But other shows that are disqualified, basically, based on that, or the fact that they are above 50 episodes.
Right.
If they go above 50 episodes, we no longer have them eligible for the best of. Now, we fully acknowledge them. They're fantastic shows, and we love them to death, but they're ineligible. That includes Attack on Titan, the final season. That's not going to be included, which is part 1. Fruits Basket, the final, because I think that went up to, 70 or so episodes. Demon Slayer, that would be eligible. Yeah, I don't know why I have that in the list. Demon Slayer is eligible. Platinum, that's because it's not ending yet. Okay, okay, never mind, sorry. Demon Slayer is not eligible because it's still continuing. Platinum End is not eligible because it's still continuing. Rank of Kings, obviously, still continuing. My Hero Academia, way too above 50, so those are all ineligible for this particular Deliberations podcast. So,
and to save everybody trouble, yes, we know that those rules are highly contentious. This is our rules. We've made those rules for us. You can disagree all you want, but that's how we've decided to do it.
We've been doing this for 10 or so years, and that's this is what we found over that time to kind of, do this properly and not, it's just kind of weird every year saying, something like Fruits Basket is going to be the anime of the year because we've already given its credit. We don't need to keep giving it credit.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff. So, and again, the whole idea of establishing something as the greatest of all time when you've only watched half of its season is a little weird, in my opinion, because it can go. We've had plenty of cases where it goes downhill after that. I mean, we have one example this year, which is To Your Eternity. It, in my opinion, went downhill in the second core, which I knew it was going to because I knew I hated that particular arc, and in the anime, it wasn't any better. So, to give you guys an example, Aquatope on White Sand is another example for me this year. If I chose based on the first core, I'd be like, yeah, this is amazing. And that second core just kind of went downhill. So, there you go. Anyways, now that all the ground rules are set, we can get started because we have a lot to go through. So I hope you guys will join us for that. I'm pretty sure when I do the YouTube version of this podcast, I will probably have timestamps. But for those that are listening to the podcast, I'm sure you don't care because most people that listen to podcasts, they just throw it in their car and listen to us banter about stuff. So you guys are our super fans. You guys don't skip forward. Our podcast listeners don't skip forward. The YouTube listeners, yeah, I'm looking at you. Now I'm going to get a bunch of YouTube comments saying, I don't skip. I love you guys. Anyways, let's get started. We have a ton to go through. We're going to start off with action genre. And we have way too many lists for our action genre, so we'll just start kind of picking through it. We have The Promised Neverland, Dr. Stone, Reincarnated as a Slime, ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, I'm sorry. Mushoku Tensei. Wonder Egg Priority, Kimono Jaihen, that was actually a surprise for me. Jujutsu Kaisen, obviously, there's the other one. Jujutsu Kaisen was not eligible last year, so now finally it's eligible, so everybody can stop being angry at us. 86, Vivi Fluorite, Ice Song, Dynazenon Record of Ragnarok, Phantom Pirate Princess, Godzilla, Singular Point, Peach Boy Riverside, Eden Deities, Nighthead, Tact Opus, World's Finest Assassin, Faraway Paladin, Love Love Alternative, Yuki Yuna, and Super Crooks. I think I'm already pretty much set on Jujutsu Kaisen. That's like literally the epitome of action right there. Again, I wasn't able to do it last year, but definitely in this year. Eden Deities, I think, probably in that list as well. Shoot. Vivi Fluorite Ice Song was definitely... That pretty much had an action piece every single episode. There's some in here, obviously, that are going to be questionable. In some cases, I would put stuff in the genre list nominated, even though they're not really specifically... Because, again, I guess to something we missed to talk about for our ground rules, not really necessarily a ground rule, but more of a concept that we kind of go for, is that when we're ever choosing things for a specific genre, it's not necessarily say that, you know, this show will beat these other shows that I didn't put in the list. It's more of a, if somebody asks me for an action show, I'm going to be more weighted towards something that might not have as good of a story, but has more action in it. So, just to give you an idea there. Because that's really, I guess the big question mark I have right now when I'm picking my list for action is 86. 86 has some amazing action pieces, but at the same time, it's not really about the action. It's about the drama of what they're dealing with. But I still think there's a lot of action in it still, even still.
It kind of sucks because most of the ones that I'm looking at on here, haven't really watched all that many of them.
There is a big question mark. Mushoku Tensei. So I'm going to keep doing this the entire podcast. Mushoku Tensei there's a lot of episodes where there's no action.
Yeah, but it does have some, when it does go, it goes all out.
They're very short segments sometimes, though.
Yeah?
Very short segments. But I mean, compare it to a lot of other stuff that we had this year, it's not really saying too much because, I mean, Wonder Egg Priority definitely had, like, each episode had, like, its action pieces. Nighthead has some really good action scenes. And again, I think some episodes didn't have action in them. This is a surprisingly difficult list. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't want to put Mushoku Tensei in every single list. I knew it was gonna happen though.
Well, it's frustrating because, like I said, I mean, I'm going based on the idea of, because in a lot of cases, I mean, Andrew's watched a lot more of these shows, so his list is a little bit more solid. Unfortunately, based on mine, I mean, even the shows that I've technically watched, I just technically dropped off Dr. Stone. That's the weakest of all of these. I mean, World's Finest Assassin is the next weakest. It's not really a heavy action show. It's a lot more about him setting himself up. The entire season was him setting himself up for his eventual...
The problem with World's Finest Assassin... Did you say World's Finest Assassin?
Yeah.
Okay. The problem with that one is literally the whole concept of what he does is that there is no action.
Yep.
He kills before it happens. That's like the whole final climactic battle is like, oh, I guess that's really an assassin. So it's not like you'd expect much.
Well, even when he gets to his ultimate point.
Yeah, we're gonna try as hard as possible to avoid spoilers. By the way, but there might be some insinuations that we'll make.
He's doing, like Andrew was saying, he's setting himself up for this ultimate thing. Now I will admit, that first opening scene, that was a pretty awesome action piece. But at the same time, that's one scene out of the entire show. I mean, yeah, there was a couple of where he was going through his test to prove whether or not he could do his stuff. That was kind of a cool action scene. There was a couple of others, but a lot of cases they're fairly quick. They move and then they move on. So it's really frustrating, and that's the case with like Mushoku Tensei, where it had some really fantastic action scenes. Edison and Rudyard, really fantastic training montage. It looks fantastic.
There's also a big, huge fight towards the later part.
Yeah, I mean, when in all said and done, okay, I've got 86 as my number one. I've got.
Can I make a suggestion before you call out your list?
Sure.
I would replace World's Finest Assassin with ReZero second season part 2. They had like 3 really good. The fight with Garf was pretty cool. I think that had a lot more fight scenes, and that's another one that there's a lot of shows that are really early year that are going to be very difficult to remember a lot of scenes in it, and I just remembered ReZero second season part 2, which technically had quite a few really big fights in it that I'm struggling with remembering.
I won't disagree with you. There was some really good, and that's another one where I was. Yeah, I'd probably lean towards the action scenes in ReZero probably a little bit better than Finest Assassin. So, and yeah, it's probably more because one is more recent, so it seems to be right there.
There's also Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, which I didn't put in the nominations either, which that one had quite a few pretty stellar action scenes. To Eternity had some good moments too, but you didn't catch that one. Yeah, this is hard. This is a really hard list. I don't think we typically have a problem with the action list.
Now, and the frustrating thing is when it comes down to it, 86 would probably be would feel more like an action piece when it comes down to it. And it's like Peach Boy Riverside. That feels more like an action piece, but action is not. It's not my favorite as far as action is concerned. So it's a 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
Yeah, that's a big problem that I'm running into is there's a lot of shows that they're not necessarily about the action, but they have some really good action in them. 86 is a prime example of that. It's a show that is more about the drama and what's going on in the world, and then you have these little segmented, 5-minute clips possibly each episode where stuff goes crazy. So would that be more of an action show? But again, I guess technically most all of them are going for that. You have your story, and then you have this little action piece in it. Yeah, this is tough. This is real tough. Jujutsu Kaisen's easy. That's an easy one for me. I can go with you on 86. I think the one I'm struggling with the most is probably Mushoku Tensei. I don't really see like the training montages stuff as quote unquote action. I just see those as being animation, which it's definitely going to get it in the list of animation. Yeah. I don't necessarily see it as action. Action I see as there's a conflict and there is stuff flying. And with Mushoku Tensei, it's 2-3 big action set pieces versus everything else that has tons of action in it. I don't know.
Was that King of Fighters or whatever was that last year or this year?
King of Fighters. High school King of High School or whatever.
Yeah.
That was like 2 years ago.
2 years ago? Okay.
That one where they were fighting they were having like blood sport from high schoolers and then eventually crazy demon summoning stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, this is rough. This is really rough. Vivi definitely goes up there because that has like tons of action in it. Nighthead. I don't know. Nighthead's a struggle with me because I loved it, but I know a lot of people just kind of discard it. And I don't know if I want to really say that it's because they went ew CGI, but it has some really incredible action scenes. Like really, really incredible action scenes. So even Wonder Egg Priority, it's more about the characters and what they're going through. But again, they have a action set piece every single episode. Can we go 10? That doesn't make it difficult, Andrew. We can't go 10. That doesn't make it difficult.
We argue that every year.
Yeah, and we never go with it. I think I'm going to stick with my guns. I don't necessarily... Mushoku Tensei is not about the action. So I'm reluctantly going to drop it off. It's going to be on plenty of other lists for me. So I'm going to stick with... I think... Eden Deity's No Only Peace has really incredible animation in it. Really a lot of fun. Really crazy action scenes. It's basically undying gods just fighting demons and stuff. So there's just blood and everything everywhere. It's super violent. Really cool. Wonder Egg Priority. Again, it's more about the characters and what they're going through, but technically every episode has these amazing action set pieces that they're going through, fighting in this dream world. 86, like I mentioned before, it's more about the war drama and stuff, but technically, again, every episode mostly has these crazy fight scenes they have with these robot tanks that are shooting these other spider tanks. I call them spider tanks. Spider tank action with Sawano Hiroyuki, which is always fantastic. Baby Floor Ice Song, really a surprise hit for me this year. A lot of fun, and again, a lot of action in that one. Essentially an AI robot trying to fix the future, and so a lot of crazy action scenes in it. Probably some of the most amazing choreographed action scenes in anime that I've seen in a long time. There was some really cool fight scenes in that show. And Jujutsu Kaisen, like I said, it's phenomenal. Amazing animation they did in that series, and some of the best fight scenes that I've seen in pretty much all anime. There was one particular one where these two, the main character, and I forget what the other guy's name was. I don't know the main character either, but they were kind of fighting back to back against this other person. And there was this cool ability that the guy had that was helping the MC, and wherever he slaps his hand, he'll like trade places with him. And they did some really cool stuff with that. Just some really amazing action scenes in Jujutsu Kaisen. So that easily is my number one of action. So your list, you've been waiting for forever. You tried to tell me earlier.
Mm-hmm. I've got 86. 86 has some really solid moments of just kind of the drama pushing into some really fantastic tension moments, and all of those moments bleed together for some really high action, just crazy war scenes that are going on. Musho Tensei has some, Tensei has some really fantastic like we were talking about action moments where we have some really, like I had mentioned earlier, the training montage between Eris and Ruijerd. A couple of the other scenes, Ghislaine, when she gets to show off, it's just some really fantastic moments where you're almost, your jaw drops at just how fantastic, awesome these moments are. Peach Boy Riverside, this one is, out of all of them, probably the one that I feel is more of an action type show. Then you've got Faraway Paladin. A little more slow burn, but there is some really good moments in there. And then, as Andrew had mentioned, in ReZero, there was a couple of really fantastic fight scenes in that show throughout the show. So
the Garf fight alone. All right. One down. Several to go. Adventure is our next one. I have down for the nominations: The Promised Neverland second season, Dr. Stone, Slime, ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, Suppose a Kid from the Last Dungeon, Boonies, I've Been Killing Slimes for 300 Years, To Your Eternity, Peach Boy, Seirei Ghost, Spirit Chronicles, basically, Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, I'm Staying on a Million Lives second season, Eat It in Deities, The Faraway Paladin, Sakugan, and Finna Pirate Princess. This is a struggle for me for that last one. I think that everything is out for Fina to be like a great adventure, but at the same time, that show just kind of badly petered off of the second half. Oof.
Did it really?
Yes. Easily, Mushoku Tensei. That is like the epitome adventure. Epitome. Like if somebody said, "What do you want in adventure?" It's like, here you go. Just, yeah. Again, it technically was not really. He didn't choose to, but he technically had to go out on an adventure and just kind of meeting new places, exploring. It's where it's at. So
and see, and I was thinking the same thing as far as Fina, because that one, I mean, it's not that I watched a good portion of it. I kind of got sidetracked on some other things, and I never did get around to finishing it back up. And I'm very disappointed to find out that it didn't end as strong as it because it was doing fantastic up until the point that I'd gotten to.
Yeah, it just, I think it's more of the characters that disappointed me, because at some point Fina gets captured and it just becomes like she turns into bricks. That's the big disappointment. She turns into bricks. And nobody likes bricks characters.
Yeah, she was getting that point from where I had gotten off on. So, ooh, that's frustrating.
To Your Eternity, definitely. What else is the epitome of adventure? Spirit Chronicles. He technically is traveling a whole bunch. And we do have a second season on that one, so I can't hold the source material bait against him that much. Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy had a lot of that as well. There was a lot of adventure in that one. Faraway Paladin, that's literally the epitome of it. Now I'm not sure what's going to happen with the second season.
Why'd you make it go away?
I changed it. I turned it into 2 Year Eternity. Apparently I wanted 2 Year Eternities. I would give Sakugan Adventure. Personally, I struggle with the show about the second quarter, but it picked up really well towards the end. So, and that's definitely, again, another one that's kind of full adventure. You're not putting another Peach Boy in one of your lists.
What else is there? What else is there?
I don't want to keep saying Peach Boy.
I don't like it either, but what else is there?
Watch more shows, Chris. Do ReZero again. Do Mushoku Tensei again. Oh, man. What else is the epitome of adventure for me that I really liked? I guess I'll probably give it to Tsukimichi. That's the only one I could think I can put in that list. Like I said, if we have Pirate Princess, it's going to... This is, of course, our opinions, by the way. You might love Fina Pirate Princess despite my issues that I had with the later half of it. So, and it is definitely a lot of adventure in that one. I loved watching them scour dungeons and caves and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun in that regard.
See, if I was to put, suppose a kid, Andrew would absolutely ring me.
There is no adventure in that one.
Okay.
Stop. Put Peach Boy on your dang list.
Okay.
I'm not going to let you put I nothing wrong with suppose a kid from Last Dungeon Boonies. It's just not adventure. The first episode.
See, I know what Andrew would freak out on. So I'm automatically just saving myself the trouble and just going right straight for the one that we could both kind of just go with.
I guess that's my list. Yeah, I think I'm happy. That wasn't too difficult. Adventure wasn't too difficult. I have starting with number 5. I just forgot to tell Chris earlier. He went from number 1 to number 5 earlier. But anyways, number 5 to 1 is Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy Sakugan. Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, like I said before, it's technically an isekai where guys trying to... It does have a lot of nation building aspects to it, but it never seems to kind of hold him down. He's constantly going to other places. So that's kind of a... Despite my, I guess, hesitations that I would have, it still feels like he doesn't really let the place hold him down. Sakugan is, again, father-daughter kind of going out into the labyrinth kind of thing. And I had my struggles with the second quarter, but it turned out to be a really fantastic show in the end, so I'm really happy about it. Faraway Paladin, it's literally an adventure. It starts out... Technically, the first half is an adventure because he's stuck in one place being taught the world, but it's world building that eventually he goes out into, and it's definitely a really solid adventure in that regard. 2 Year Eternity, it's pretty much a being that doesn't want to stay still because tragedy happens wherever he's at, so there's a lot of exploring, a lot of adventure in that. Now, there's a troubling final arc that they get into that I wasn't happy with, but overall, the entire show was really fantastic. And then Mushoku Tensei, which, again, technically is the epitome of adventure into another world, and it's a phenomenal series. So there's going to be a lot of Mushoku Tenseis in here. Don't get mad. It's going to happen. We can't discredit Mushoku Tensei because it gets too many picks, okay? We can't unnominate something because it's been nominated too much. Chris looks like he's finishing up his... Oh, no, he's shifting stuff around. He can't decide. Oh... Is it locked in? Is it locked in?
Yeah, I'd probably move.
Oh, Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy is getting docked down. Oh, maybe it's going up. I don't know. Trying to figure out what he's doing.
Moving these two down a little bit.
Okay, so it did go down. Poor Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy.
It's still better than Peach Boy.
There you go.
All right. I've got Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. Tensei, like Andrew said, it's literally pretty much the definition of adventure, of just going out, having a goal, heading towards that goal, growth. I mean, it's Yeah, the hero's journey all through it. Same with Faraway Paladin. Has a goal, trying to reach that goal, working on those goals. Things come up to put blocks in the way, and he's fighting to overcome those blocks. Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy is a little bit different in like Andrew was saying, there's the nation building aspects. So there's different things that it's trying to do, and works really well with what he's trying to do. And like we've mentioned before, it's interesting to see kind of the reverse of the entire system, where it's more of an antagonist being built, while he's not really trying to be an antagonist. Peach Boy Riverside, yes, I fully acknowledge this is one of those that it's more because I don't have a lot of in this list that I want to add to the list, and these last two are kind of more because they are.
I think it's fine as an adventure. I mean, it's
her
traveling the world.
She is traveling the world, and she does have a goal, and she's working towards that goal. Like I said, they're just kind of more. I need those there to fill in those spots, and those were the ones that felt the best to put those in those spots. So,
and I'm standing on a million lives was that same thing.
Yeah,
just I want to fill in a gap.
Filling in the gap.
My number 4 and 5 are just because I want to put something
like I said earlier, they feel better than putting suppose a kid from the boonies. Fantasy, another spot to put Mushoku Tensei into. And this does not mean I don't like Kid from the Boonies. I love that show. So, because somebody's going to come in. Well, it's the greatest show. I know it's a great show.
For fantasy, I have in nominations for The Promised Neverland, Slime, ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, Wonder Egg Priority, Hidden Dungeon Only I Can Enter. I'm sure that'll probably be a big one for Chris. Suppose a Kid. There you go. Now you can put Suppose a Kid from the Last Dungeon Boonies in. The epic So I'm a Spider, So What? How Not to Summon Demon Lord 2. I've Been Killing Slimes for 300 Years. Welcome to Demon School, Irmakun. Full Dive. Saint's Magic Power is Omnipotent. Eden. Was that fantasy? I guess it was. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid S. Case Study of Vanitas. Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom. Peach Boy. Spirit Chronicles, Tsukimichi, I'm Standing on a Million Lives, The Honor at Magic High School, Eden Deities, World's Finest Assassin, Faraway Paladin, Banished Hero, Fruit of Evolution, and Restaurant to Another World. Here comes the first Fruit of Evolution for Chris. I'm excited for that. This one's going to be interesting. I don't think, as much as I guess Case Study of Vanitas would be a really solid fantasy. I don't know. Would you consider vampires fantasy? I guess it is, right?
Well, we've always had a disagreement on this one. So this one is the one that we have always had a hard time with going back and forth, because fantasy, I tend to lean on world building for fantasy. The more that it's well built, it tends to be where I tend to lean more heavier on.
High fantasy.
Well, not necessarily
You're
high fantasy.
You're describing high fantasy. I don't know. That's just a joking. I don't know. Let's see. So that one's an easy one. Yeah, I think this is going to be one of those ones where I'm immediately going to get into Saint's Magic Powers Omnipotent. That's going to be like the sleeper hit for us. That one just came out of nowhere. Easily one of the biggest surprises of the season. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid's got a really good fighting chance in there as well. I mean, it's more, heartwarming comedy type stuff, but at the same time, they did technically a lot of world building in that one. They really got pretty crazy with the fantasy. Typically, it was kind of kept to the human world, but in this season, they really started kind of stretching it out more. Restaurant, Banished, Faraway. Technically Faraway. As much as some other group does not like Faraway Paladin. I don't have Tsukimichi in the list. Oh no. I'm stuck on my last one. I almost want to drop off Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, but I don't know. What is your opinion on Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid?
That's the frustrating thing.
You don't come to it for fantasy.
Yeah,
you come
my
to
first
it for the show.
My first inclination was to include it, but then I thought about it. It's theoretically the opposite of fantasy. It's fantasy coming to the real world. Now,
that's what I mean, but my whole point was that this season itself was like, let's get into it.
Yeah.
But it was a backstory, technically. It wasn't that we got into it. It was just them telling the backstory of everything. I don't know. I think there's going to be plenty of places for it to be in. I guess that's not that big of a deal, but... And I guess if somebody came to me and said, hey, what's a great fantasy show? That's not going to pop in my head. As much as I really love Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, it's literally probably going to end up being one of my favorite of the year, but fantasy, I don't know. It doesn't pop to my head. I don't come to it for the fantasy. I guess that's the point. I didn't come there to go, man, let's see some fantasy. I just came into it because cute dragons and fun. Whereas something like Tsukimichi, it's like, what thing, crazy fantasy stuff they're going to get into next? I think I pretty much got it in the order that I want it to. I don't know how that worked out, but it did. I have number 5, Tsukimichi Moonlight Fantasy. It's literally got fantasy in the name. What more do you want? But no, just crazy world, crazy magic, crazy stuff that's kind of all mixed in there. They literally have the main character get more powerful as he dies. The Faraway Paladin. I think the world's so fascinating. That was literally the whole reason why I ended up loving it. It was also the reason why I was scared of it at first, because again, it took us 6 episodes to really build it up. But when it got built up, it was build up that I loved. So Saint Magic Power is omnipotent. Absolutely love that world. Love the characters. And just has a really great setting for the character, the main character. It's an isekai without a Bricks female character. A female non-Bricks, which is absolutely fantastic. I hope they make more of that series. It was just a lot of fun. ReZero, for obvious reasons. It's pretty much up there as one of the more deeper fantasy worlds, which I know that a lot of people want to make ReZero the next ex-girlfriend now that Sword Art Online's pretty much just doing recap.
been overdone.
Yeah, now that Sword Art Online is deciding to rebuild the entire series from the episode 1 from the vantage point of another character just to redo it all. ReZero is not the ex-girlfriend for us. We still love it. And Mushoku Tensei, obviously, because it's an amazing series. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. So it easily gets up there.
On my side, I've got Jobless Reincarnation as number 1.
Why do you always start from number 1? You have no sense of build-up, Chris. Where's the anticipation here? It's like,
I think you get on to me every year about that. All right, fine.
What's behind door number? It's already there. Never mind, it's already open. Sorry, guys. You already know what's in there.
That time I got reincarnated as slime as number 5. I really love how much, pretty much all around, there's a lot of world building that's going on in that world that they've got set up. And it's one of those shows that you just really do want to kind of explore and find out what else is coming. I mean, it does really well at teasing things for the future and slowly building up the drama to get to that point.
A lot of really great meeting scenes too.
A lot of really great meeting scenes. Seriously, Saint's magic is omnipotent, like Andrew had mentioned a little while ago. It really fantastic world building in that one as well, setting up for just kind of the factions that are in the background. A lot of human drama points that are all through there. Plus, at the same time, still keeping a world building that is just right there at the surface so that you don't have to worry too much about what's going on, but yet still have some things out there in the open to make you want to find out what's going on and explore the world still while you're watching the show. Similar to Faraway Paladin, if that show has nothing else, it's world building. And I think we've beat that dog to death. But yes, it is definitely a massive world that they have taken the time to drip out to the viewer. Like Andrew had mentioned earlier, ReZero, I highly agree. I love the show. I love its world building. That has some fantastic fantasy elements going on all through there, and it just drips that out through the entire show. Every question.
Your word today?
I apparently,
man, that's the new in right now.
For every question that's answered, at least 10 more are ready to be given to you. Now, there's a lot of questions as to whether or not we will ever answer all those questions.
Apparently, that means plot holes, Chris.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, there's a lot of question as to whether or not all those questions will be answered. But for what it is right now, we can hope that we will get answers to everything.
I watched 2 seasons of ReZero. There's too many plot holes because it still goes on. All right, next one we have is drama. This is going to be a fun one, too, I think. We have Horimiya, ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, the quintessential quintuplets 2, Wonder Egg Priority, bottom tier character Tomazaki, Cells at Work Code Black, Idoli Pride, Geki Doll, Beastars second season. Yes, we finally get to talk about Beastars because that was not last year. That was this year for us. Higehiro, after being rejected, I shaved and took in high school. Runaway, Tokyo Revengers, 86 Record of Ragnarok, To Your Eternity, Remake Our Life, Remain, Kageki Shoujo, The Aquatop on White Sand, Miroko-chan, Selection Project, Love Alternative, Blue Period, The Hike Story, and Super Crooks, I guess. I guess. Oh. This is a tough one for me because I don't like melodrama. So it's gotta be a good amount of drama for me that I'm not off-put and feel like it's just not a good show, I guess is the best way to put it. I think this is the first one where we're going to start acknowledging Kageki Shoujo, which that needs to be acknowledged, and it needs a second season, please. Somebody with power, give me a second season of Kageki Shoujo. I'm considering Remake Our Life, but that did have a ending. I don't know. I think I was one of the few people that really loved Remake Our Life, though. Remain's got to be up there. That was a huge surprise for me. I absolutely loved Remain. Blue Period, yes. Blue Period needs to be in the list as well. I almost want to do Hike Story. Yes, it's historical, but it's technically a historical drama as well. Even though a lot of it's kind of centered around the war and everything. And see, here's where I get that after effect of the conversation that we had about 86. Is yes, it's an action show, but it's a military drama, in my opinion. Like, first and foremost, it's a military drama. That was the whole thing with 86. When it first started, everybody was like, oh my gosh, this show is not as cool as I thought it would be. And it's like, well, what's wrong with it? Not enough action. It's like, okay, I mean, consider that it was probably meant to be a war drama, and the action's in the background. The action's just what causes the drama, that they're dealing with this. That's why, anyways. Oh yeah, this is a tough list. This is an actual tough list. See, Beastars is up there for me too. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is gonna suck. I'm thinking of Hike Story.
Cells at Work Code Black. Why in the world is?
I don't know. You didn't want to help me with the list, so I put your shows in here thinking it might be in there. I think it was in the Miami list as a drama.
Is it?
Maybe. I don't know. That's the only reason I could see me putting in there. Some of these I check drama or genre listings.
It's all right. I just thought
because I know somebody's gonna end up going, oh my gosh, why wasn't this in this genre list? It says it on Miami list, so it's gotta be there.
Yeah, I put a whole 2 grains of salt in that.
Hey, when I watched certain episodes of Code Black, I felt like it was a drama dealing with some really heavy subjects.
It was technically
poor tadpole babies being sent off to nowhere land. Is that not drama enough for you?
Yes.
Is not why you're here for it? Horimiya. I don't feel like it was very. It had drama in it. It didn't feel heavy though. It didn't feel heavy at all, if I remember correctly. Was it?
Not really.
Not that it has to be heavy, but
It had excellent moments though.
I just felt it was more. Yeah, I feel like it was mostly pretty laid back, cute romance. I think it had points where it felt heavy.
And that's in a way that's why it did so well with what it did. Is it was, while it had drama points, it wasn't melodrama points like you were complaining about earlier. It's there a lot of romance shows get into melodrama, and that's one of the things that becomes one of the bigger one of the bigger turnoffs to him, is because especially with the like I've complained about before, if they get so stuck in the nobody wants to communicate to anybody else, and so it becomes this just a lot more bigger problem than it needs to be, and that it didn't rely on that. It just went, okay, we got it out of the way, let's talk about it, and let's move on with our lives.
Taisho, tell me Fairy Tail not genred as a drama? Is that why it's not on the list?
Oh, please put it on the list. I want that.
I want that. I want that.
No, I don't want Super Crooks. I want Taisho.
Yeah, get that Super Crooks in your list, Chris. Remember when you watched that and you loved it and you were like, man, that's a great drama. Yeah, it doesn't list it as a drama in genres.
Super Crooks, the greatest drama that Chris never watched.
I think my anime list is crazy. Do you not see that as a drama? I mean, yes, it's more romance and historical, but
it's comedy, Andrew.
I don't know. I'm calling it drama. It had some heavy points in it. Not melodramatic points, but heavy points in it.
Had some fantastic drama points in there. Yes, definitely.
And bling blings. Yeah, this list is gonna suck. Like I have like my rough picks so far, and I still don't have Horimiya. I don't have Wonder Egg Party in there. I don't have Beastars in there. Higehiro, it's got so many good points in it. It's got so many good points in it. Like, just dealing with what she was going through and how he's trying to pull her out of it. Such a good story in there. I don't know. I think I was, one of the few people that liked Higehiro. Outside of all the controversies that surrounded it. Is that my controversial? I made a new section called Controversial. Like, what shows made the most controversies in the year? I think that'll be a fun list to do. Is Higehiro in it? No, let me fix that. Higehiro. Because you're not allowed to like Higehiro as a story unless you're a bad person. But anyways, let's see. But yeah, I don't even have Aquatope in the list. I don't have Muv-Luv. The later parts are so good drama. Oh, this sucks. This list sucks, Chris. I think I should probably take what I have in my list up top and just go with it. I guess I could do the whole thing where compare this to this and just go up the list.
Well, I'm like bordering on the edge of putting Mushoku Tensei or Jobless Reincarnation in there again.
Stop, Chris. No, we're not putting...
There was some fantastic drama points in there.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know.
That's the frustrating thing is... I sit here... Okay,
yeah, but
when it comes to
again,
drama
go back to what our discussion that we had every single year is if somebody comes to you and say, hey, man, can you suggest to me a really fantastic drama show? Is Mushoku Tensei really going to jump in your head? Like, oh, yeah, watch this show. But it's a fantasy isekai show. But don't worry, there's like this really good point at around the 15th episode, and there's also a really good point in the 20th episode where it just ramps up the drama. That's the problem. You're thinking of those 4 really phenomenal scenes that are really amazing drama, but the overall story is the build up to those drama points.
That's the frustrating thing is when I drama points to me, okay, and I'm trying to be very clear, okay, and Andrew's mentioning it in a way is where you sit there and you're watching the scene and yeah, you can call it tear-jerky points or tension building points, moments. It's like Mirako-chan, by far, massive drama points. where you're sitting there watching a scene, and yeah, it's technically a ghost moment or whatever have you, but it's an impactful moment that kind of lingers for a while, where you're going back and forth of, man, this scene happened, and it was such a moment. I think of things like that where and there was moments in Jobless Reincarnation where there was some major lingering afterwards, where I can only think of a few shows where there was massive drama points that were like that to me. And Jobless Reincarnation is one of them, where I had some really lingering moments after the episode's over, and I'm still thinking about how impactful that moment was. So it's frustrating where, yeah, technically
that's my problem is I fully acknowledge that of any show this year that had so much impact on me for just, a single episode, that is Mushoku Tensei. But my problem that I have, and what fights against me putting it in my list, is that mentality. When I think about it, it's not until you're building up the character, you're building up this world, and then suddenly, again, and this is no joke, it takes for you're not getting that big drama beat knockout moment that it's stuck in my head and I can't give it up until like 15 episodes in. And that's when that big moment happens. And so can you technically say that's a great drama show when that drama beat doesn't really is a slow build up before it punches you?
I fully acknowledge this. This is that there is a
but they're the best drama of the entire year moment.
Yeah. And that's why I'm fully acknowledging what Andrew is saying here, is because there is a build up to this point, because you are fully invested in these characters. Yeah. Where true, technically this is not a drama show, but those payoffs are fantastic. Is it because of the fact that we have investment in these characters?
Right, that slow build up. And that's the thing, like, just to give context to people that know what we're talking about like the scene with the father. We're talking about the second turning point. We're talking about the falling back into the Needtum. These are these points in the story that just stick with you. Like, we had just hours of conversations over just these brief moments that happened because, again, we had so much time to really connect with the characters. So I don't know, does it have to have a constant hitting you with drama beats to be a great drama, or does it have to have these impactful drama points? That's the problem. But again, it goes back to what I said before, is like, but I don't know if somebody says, can you give me a great drama show, that I'm going to say, oh yeah, Mushoku Tensei. That had these moments I can't stop thinking about. It's hard to sell because you're going to have to go through this many episodes of just it being a fantasy show about this guy, starting his new life in another world before you're going to get to those really impactful drama points. So, I don't know. I think based on that mentality for myself, I don't know that I'll put in there. As much as I want to say, yes, technically Mushoku Tensei has the best drama beats of the entire year, just in 2 episodes alone. But yeah. Anyways, sorry. we're gonna side tangent a lot about Mushoku Tensei, and it's not just us trying to berate people about the show. It's more of it we're going to have to struggle with ourselves on if we want to put it in every single list. I don't really want to. I want to give all of the shows a chance.
Well,
I don't want to not give it credit when it deserves a credit.
In a way, I was kind of trying to get Andrew to talk me out of putting Jobless Reincarnation in there. Yes, technically you did, because you're right, and that's one of those frustrating things. Is I was fully acknowledging the fact that I have a hard time with putting that show as a drama show, because it's technically not a drama. But it had some of the best drama points of the year, and by me actually putting it out there, and Andrew kind of talking me down off the ledge on that one, that's kind of the point of this entire discussion.
Oh, this list sucks, by the way. I think I'm almost there. See, I'm still stuck on Higehiro. It's probably because I put it in bold for some reason. I don't know why it's bold. There's like 4 that are bold, 5 are bold. I'm stuck on Higehiro because, like I said before, my heart broke for this girl. Like, it was one of those shows where I constantly felt like going through the screen and saying, tell me who you've been with so I can beat the snot out of them. Like, you feel the same thing the main character does. This girl's been through some really crappy people, and you're afraid of letting her go because you don't want her to fall back into that terrible lifestyle. But I don't know. It did have its problems. But again, like I said, I think I was one of the few people that really, really liked that show for what it was doing, despite the fact that it had so much controversy around it. The Higehiro, like I said, Mother Love Alternative. Mother Love Alternative in the later parts, kind of similar to 86, where it's war drama. It's everybody having a side and being conflicted about it. Essentially, every side's right. And the conflict that really comes of that. Did you come to a conclusion?
I think so.
Don't ask me in 5 minutes. Is that what you usually say?
Pretty much.
I think I'm going to stick with my list, too. Go ahead.
For now, I've got Horimiya as number 5. I've got 86 as number 4. Now, 86 is there's so many really intricate things in there. The layers of just different things that make you stop and think about what are the repercussions of certain things. And one of the things that I still to this day I think that is kind of genius in this show is, like I've mentioned before, this kind of a mirroring between these two different countries and how they treat the 86. I was absolutely fascinated by the concept of the goddess of victory. I think that is something that I would love to just deep dive into that concept in general. That was such an interesting tidbit that the writer added into their story. Up at number 3, I've got Aquatope on the White Sand. I think that show, for all of its flaws, had some really, really cool, fantastic drama points through the story. I do really love the kind of on the nose, in a lot of cases, symbolisms that they were throwing out there.
You're gonna bring that up again, aren't you?
I liked
on the
it.
dolphin side.
At number 2, I've got Taisho Otome Fairy Tale. I love the show, and I think that it had really fantastic drama moments through the story, especially family interplay. Love can conquer all in a lot of cases. It's a really great story. And then my number 1, I have Miroko-chan. This one is by far one of my biggest surprises for that season and the year in general, of a show that
I'm glad he stuck with it.
I went into that one not sure if I was going to be able to handle it, and yet I came away really loving how fantastic the directing was done. So with a great source material to work with and some excellent directing, that absolutely became one of the greatest shows as far as surprisingly drama that came out of it.
I have number 5, Wonder Egg Priority. Every single episode essentially is covering a girl who has unfortunately ended their own existence, and so obviously the subject matter that it's going to be hitting on for each of the characters is going to be very heavy, very dramatic. And that was one of the key roles of what made that show as impactful as it was. It's hitting on a very difficult subject that I'm certain that there's plenty of people out there that have dealt with as well. So it is definitely one of those high up there, even though it is about really crazy animation as well, which is always fantastic. But at the heart of it, it's about what the characters are actually struggling with. And I think that was what made it probably easily one of the best dramas of the year.
Still one of my biggest disappointments that I dropped that one.
Yeah, like I said, anyways, I'm sad still, but again, watch the entirety of it, Chris, just not the last episode. not that.
You know, I'm going to
finale.
watch the last episode if I watch it.
And that's putting aside just this the quote unquote antagonist character they introduced later on in the series, which again, a single episode was the most haunting experience I've watched ever. So, anyways, moving on, we have Remain for number 4. Absolute surprise for me. Andrew typically does not like sports shows that are about the sport. This is not about the sport. I joke about the fact that technically it took 4 episodes before they even got into the pool. It's about them playing, was it, the heck is it called? The
Water polo?
Water football. Is it water? Yeah, it's water polo. Water polo. It took them literally 4 episodes to get in the water. It's about the characters. It's about this character that essentially loses his memory, loses his entire junior high school years where he was a great water polo player. And just the struggles that people have over that, the guilt that his mother faces because of what happened. There's so much great drama points in there, and I absolutely love it to death. So, a huge shock for me. 86, like Chris mentioned before, it's not so much about the action, it's about the war drama. What the characters are going through, essentially an entire group of people. It's a lot about, subjugation based on race and all that kind of stuff, and it's very heavy in that regard. Basically, people going on the battlefield for people that don't respect their lives, and it's heavy in that regard. Kekege Shoujo, absolute joy for me this year. Absolutely love it. I so hope that we get more of it. Really great drama points in there as well, dealing with the main character essentially being told that she can't do the thing that she dreamed about when she was a child. And even now that she's older, she's being told that she can't be what she wants to be as she's older. So she's definitely fighting against the curve, fighting against what people believe that she should be and when she's not. There's a lot of great points in there. And definitely getting to backstories of certain characters was really heavy. And then, yeah, Taisotomi Fairy Tale. Fantastic show. Absolute joy for me. So glad that I went back and got caught up on that one. That was one of the ones that actually unfortunately slipped out of my hands when I was covering a lot of stuff, and I'm so happy I waited to get back to it because of how extremely terrifying it gets towards the later parts. I'll just say that. So good though. It's so good. It's such a good show. Taisotomi Fairy Tale. Love it to death.
All right, so, yeah. I'm pulling off Harem and putting Irina in there. I didn't even think about it. Irina does have some solid drama points.
Yeah, especially towards the later part. It took a while to get to it. There's just so many that I'm dropping off my list. I feel bad. Like Horimiya, yeah, like you just kind of shifted around. Hoigehiro, Akatope. There's so many good shows for drama. Ugh, that's tough. Sci-Fi Mecha. We actually have a list for a Sci-Fi Mecha. I'm not sure how much Chris is gonna be able to fill it out, but I have plenty.
It's easy.
Irina.
86 is the greatest Sci-Fi Mecha of the year.
Ignoring Irina. Would you call Irina's technically sci-fi? They're going to space. I don't know. It could be your second at least. Yeah, this is going to be tough. I have nominations for 86, Vivi, Fluorite Ice Song, Eden, Godzilla Singular Point, The Honor at Magic High School, which I didn't technically finish, Irina the Vampire Cosmonaut, Sakugan, Love Alternative, and Rumble Garandal. Ooh, I don't think this is actually going to be that difficult. Now that I think about it, this might be a quick. No, because I have one last. It's always the last one. So far, Irina, Muv-Love, Vivi, and 86. I don't want to put Rumble Garandal. That's more of just a fandom, goofy show. Sakugan's a struggle too because it's technically more about the adventure and the relationship between the two characters. But I mean, that's the same thing with Irina. The space travel thing is technically the driving force, but it's not the focus. It's not like it's constantly talking about, how much pressure and stuff they need to put in the suits and stuff. Eden, I want to put Eden on the list because if somebody asks me, full-on sci-fi, you don't get any more sci-fi than Eden. So maybe that will take my 5th. As much as I didn't really think it turned out to be in a great show, it's a very typical story. But it did a really good job of portraying it. It's one of those things of it's a typical story, but if you do a good job of executing it, why not? So yeah, I think I'll go with that. My number 5, Eden. Again, it's on Netflix. It's basically a movie. It's not. I don't know if you'd want to call it a TV series, but Irina, Vampire Cosmonaut is number 4. Really cute characters, a lot of fun. Technically a lot more about, again, the politics and what they're dealing with and discrimination and all that kind of stuff, but it's a really fantastic story. I was very shocked by it. Marvel Alternative, very sci-fi. We're talking about alien invasions and stuff, and these mecha suits that they use, and the intricacies of how the suits itself work, and all this kind of stuff centered around the idea of the characters themselves dealing with the conflict and all that kind of stuff. Again, it gets very political in later parts, a lot of warring sides and conflict, but it's fantastic. I love it to death. Viviflora Ice Song, again, can't really get more sci-fi than AI time travel kind of stuff, but it's absolutely fantastic. It was a huge hit for me in that season. I absolutely loved it to death. And right there next to it, 86 as my number one. Again, it's a phenomenal series. Again, more about spider tanks and fighting unmanned machines that harvest people. It's a crazy show. A lot of fun. Absolutely phenomenal. So that was easy. Horror psychological. This will be a fun one. I have the nominations: The Promised Neverland second season, Mushoku Tensei, Wonder Egg Priority, Geki Doll, Higurashi When They Cry New. I can do that one. I'm so glad I got caught up on that. Full Dive. Full Dive's in this. It technically has got some horror in there and some psychological. I'm sitting on A Million Lives second season, Mirako-chan, and Yuki Yuna's a Hero, the Great Mankai chapter. Oh, that's tough. There's so many in this list that, like, I love, but they frustrated me. Like, there's a segment of Yuki Yuna's a Hero, which is, like, it's what I wanted. Like, this is what I eat up, but it told it so bad. Not that it told it bad, it adapted it with a lot of stuff taken out, and they shouldn't have, I guess. Geki Doll gets crazy. Geki Doll was so weird. I want to give it credit for something. Geki Doll's so weird. Mind-controlling AI Geki Doll.
But did they torture the character to death like they did with Higurashi? See, we
death?
Yes.
I don't know if I can go to death. To death is not quite that far.
To death.
Death.
Did they torture him? Did you get psychological when you were watching these shows, Andrew?
Did I get
Obviously,
psychedelic?
there's only one show that does psychological horror, and that is Full Dive.
Full Dive. I thought you were going to say something positive like Mirako-chan, but you're like, Full Dive. That one. Yeah, sure. Oh, here is the struggle. You want to know the actual truth in what I'm going to struggle with this entire thing? Mirako-chan versus Higurashi. Like, oh gosh. How do I say this? I easily think that Mirako-chan pulled off the portrayal of horror better than most any anime I've ever seen. I love how they just portray that. But at the same time, Higurashi is more of a violent horror. So it's like, what? It's like, which one of your two babies is the best?
Now,
there are two different ways of doing it, but they're both equally as good for their own reason.
I remember watching Higurashi back in the day, and I'm not speaking technically
back
to
in
the
day. Back
to the
when
directing.
I was in junior high.
I'm not speaking technically to the directing in this one because I only watched like one or two episodes, and I could feel the tension that was in the original there. So there's I'm pretty sure that Andrew's going to kind of bring this up at some point. Mirako-chan absolutely pulled off the tension, and this is something that it's very difficult to explain in a way that because we've complained about how Japanese handles horror compared to how the Western audience handles it. The Western audience, yeah, it's more of an unsettling thing, and this is one of those things that doesn't translate really well for us in a lot of cases because we are very used to the whole jump scare thing. So when we watch Eastern or Japanese horror, we tend to go, well, it's not all that scary. But one of the things that I have noticed is certain ones can actually pull it off, and they pull it off very well. And Muroko-chan is one of those where I was literally unsettled when I was watching a lot of these scenes, and I was like, that's one of the main reasons why I almost didn't really want to watch it at first, because of the fact of how much I was like, I don't know if I really want to see her just go through these situations. And a lot of them were very unsettling, where you go, man, I can only imagine what she's going through, and they pulled it off in a lot of cases. So that's just me, giving props where it's due.
Thanks for buying time so Andrew can finish his list. I think I'm good. Yeah, that's the whole problem, is that typically with Japanese, or at least, Asian or whatever, horror, is it's, at least based on my observation, it always seems like it's more based around suspense and unsettling. It's never jump scares. Like, you just rarely see. I don't know that maybe there's like a stigma around it. Like, they hate jump scares. Maybe it's the whole flashing screen seizure thing. But they typically don't do jump scares. And so it's usually typically unsettling. And I don't often see where they pull that off. Like we've talked about before with, what's that? What was that? That horror show that we really liked. That was a short that was really underproduced.
And for all of the variety shows, you would think that they would love that stuff, where
Right.
they do the kind of somebody slamming through the walls and scaring the fire out of.
The stupid cannon, Good Morning Cannon. Isn't that in Japan, where they do the Good Morning Cannon, where they come in there with that cannon that has the blanket and they shoot it off while the person's asleep?
Probably. I've seen so many goofy things up in that show.
I would have a heart attack. Anyways, getting into my list, I have number 5. I have Geki Doll. Now, I won't claim this is a perfect show. It has a lot of lulling points in it, especially like the later part. But if I can say anything, this show, I don't know. I thought that it really got weird, extremely psychological weird, halfway through it, and it was some of the best like moments of psychological semi horror that I think I've ever seen. It was phenomenal, and I kind of wish that it did better with it, because once it kind of passes that really weird part halfway through it, it just kind of peters off. So don't get your expectations super high, but like that moment alone of how puzzled I was with what the hell was happening really did have me. I kind of wish that they would readapt it to kind of fix that whole drop off, but literally and figuratively, by the way. Anyways, moving on. Number 4, Yuki Yuna is a hero, the great manga chapter. Like I said, it's low on my list because as much as I love Yuki Yuna as a hero, I felt like they did not do the arc that I loved so much. That's part of that. It's always technically been a psychological horror series, with that aspect of the characters trying to pull themselves, each other out of that horror and that darkness. But I think the thing that I struggle with, and the only reason it's down in the 4 mark, is because despite the really cool story they got into with the backstory stuff, the original year 0 of the entire world that they've kind of built, is it got into some really cool stuff with the whole aspect of the turned evil hero concept, and how the society itself essentially created her that way. Was really cool and really fascinating. My struggle is around the fact that it felt like it could have been done better. That's my whole shtick. My criticisms of the series is the fact that I love it so much that it could have been so much better. So, but it's still great psychological horror. Yuki Yuna the hero has always been that way. Wonder Egg Priority is my number 3. Obviously, again, hitting on some very dark subjects about girls and what they're going through. And that obviously affects the characters, and it gets into some really crazy stuff later on. Again, that one episode getting into the backstory and what's kind of driving everything was alone probably better than pretty much everything this entire year in regards to psychological horror. It was some great stuff. Miracle-chan, number 2. Again, we've hit on it to death. It does horror perfect. Again, it's technically mixing a lot of heartwarming stuff and a lot of goofy comedy stuff, but when it does horror perfect. And then I'm putting number 1 as Higurashi. As much as I had so much problems with essentially the driving force of the bad guy, and I kind of shrug at the ending, it's still great Higurashi all the way through it. There's so many of these great, like just Rena's, I guess the retelling of Rena's story in the new one was enough to just break my heart. It hurt so much. I loved kind of, theorizing on stuff with the series as it went along. It was a lot of fun in the end, so it's still great. Higurashi has always been great for me, and I still love it to death, so definitely my number 1. Moving on, we have comedy. This'll be sucky. This is gonna suck. There's so many good comedies this year. Last year I think we only had like 4 really good comedies, I think. Like we had like Sleepy Princess and stuff like that. It was like definitively this is easy, but this year's gonna suck. This is gonna suck. Well, okay, I have a whole bunch in this list, but I'm gonna go like I think the best comedies, or I guess the most undisputable comedies. Like Slime is technically not 100% comedy. Anyways, Slime, Cells at Work 2, Hidden Dungeon All I Can Enter, Supposed Kid from the Last Dungeon Boonies, None Biori Nonstop, Heaven's Design Team, Way of the House Husband, Soma Spider, Don't Toy With Me, Nistaga Toro, Summon Demon Lord 2, Killing Slimes for 300 Years, Slime Diaries, Combatants Will Be Dispatched, Zombieland Saga, Osamake, Welcome to Demon Scroll, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid S, Girlfriend, My Next Life is a Villainous, Duke of Death, Tsukimichi, Dungeon of Black Company, Mother Goddess Dormitory, Jahi Will Not Be Defeated, Kami-san Can't Communicate, Miracle-chan, My Senpai is Annoying, Fruit of Evolution, Taisho Tomy Fairy Tale, I guess, yeah. Rumble Garandal, The Way of the House Husband 2, Tawawa on Mondays, Kagenado, and Gambare. Kagenado's definitely going to be in there. That's easy. I laughed every single episode of that. I'm trying to remember, None Biori Nonstop wasn't like... It had some really funny moments, but again, that's going to be the difficulty here, is there's some of these shows are just kind of half and half comedy, half drama. That's just Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid. That's technically a lot more in this. I argue that Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S was like where they took the scale and just tipped it towards, character developments and backstory and took away a lot of the comedy. For a good thing, because I loved it. I ate it up. I think that's going to be the issue with a lot of this stuff. Like even Jahi, it's got a lot of heartwarming moments. It's like nothing was like super heavy comedy this year. It was all kind of a mixture. Like even Don't Toy With Me, Nistaga Toro. It's got that goofy, cute puppy love with the comedy. So I don't think I'm going to have a problem really arguing. I think Kagenado is the only one that's like pure comedy that I really just loved.
Well, that's pretty much where I'm at. Is I'm going through a lot of these. I've got, as it stands right now, I'm at Non Biori, Kobayashi, Girlfriend.
Yeah, I guess Girlfriend's pure comedy.
Yeah, Girlfriend. I laughed through pretty much that entire show, so that one's an easy one. But I mean, I made jokes about it, but technically, when I stop and think about it, Fruit of Evolution is one of the funniest shows out of all of the ones that I'm looking at.
Here we go.
And, well, I know I'm making fun of it. I've made fun of it. It's technically not the strongest. That's the problem. Is I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about it. It's like, well, yeah, you're right. Technically, there's a lot more drama points in this season of Dragon Maid or Non Biori, or now Non Biori is a lot easier. I can say I still had a lot of fun and laughed through a large portion of that show, but it's a more slower burn on its comedy. But at the same time, I don't want to toss up something like Kid from Dragon Boonies. It's funny, but it's not
Kid from Dragon Boonies.
Dungeon.
Which
Boonies.
one's Kid?
last Dungeon Boonies.
Yeah, even like Zombieland Saga Revenge, it was a lot more heavy.
Yeah,
the comedy just kind of took a back seat, and that was a hilarious first season. And again, it's not a bad thing that they get more focus on drama, because it was good drama. Yeah, I think I'm good. I feel like I'm missing something. I think I'm good. That wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I think once I realized that pretty much most all this stuff is just not as 100% focused on comedy, but they're still amazing for when those comedy beats happen. I'll go with number 5 is The Way of the House Husband. The only reason that that's so low is because I absolutely despise the studio for doing it. The animation, if you want to call it animation, the still sliding version that they did, it should have had a fully animated series, but they didn't. They just did stills. But Kenjo Sue is still amazing. His character Tatsu is amazing, and it has a lot of funny moments because of that. Number 4, Nanambiori Nonstop still continues to be the most heartwarming, cute, adorable series that it always has been. I love those kids, and they must all be protected. And I just love watching them just try to find fun in the mundane, fun in nothingness that's in the boonies. They're just an absolute treat. I totally miss them. I'm so sad that series is over. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid is number 3. It still remains to be the most fun I've ever watched. The inclusion of Ilulu, which I didn't think I would like at first because of her proportions, turned out to be one of my favorite characters. Getting in, again, even though the fact that it was so focused on drama and getting the backstories, they just had some really great moments still with comedy. Just love this series. Number 2, I have Don't Toy with Me, Miss Nagatoro. Some absolutely hilarious moments with her absolutely destroying this guy. I didn't know if I'd like it at first, like many other people, including my brother. It felt very bully at the very beginning, but it turned into something really fantastic. So, and my number 1, Kagenato. I laughed way too much watching that show. It technically is about Studio Key visual novels, so if you have not watched at least their adaptations of all those series, it's going to be difficult to get that comedy, but if you've watched those series, it's hilarious. And I laughed every single minute of every episode. I'm so sad it was a short, but thankfully we have a second season coming, so go. Are you done? You got it?
Yeah.
Okay. I see shifting stuff.
For number 5, I'm let me go ahead and stutter a little bit longer. For number 5, I got Nagatoro. Like Andrew had mentioned, absolutely adorable show. Really gave us one impression, turned into something else. I really love it. Worked out really fantastic. A lot of comedy moments in there that just worked for me. Number 4, I've got Dragon Maid. That one, like Andrew was saying, got into a lot more drama points, but it still had maintained a really solid humor throughout the entire season. Nanambiori Nonstop. This one is absolutely a show that works with setting up a something for you to enjoy, and then just slowly works in its humor as it goes along. Kagenato was very scared that I was going to not remember a lot of the humor that they brought up, but still, it's just they know how to. This is a group that absolutely works with. They pulled the group together literally to make fun of the Isekai genre, and I think that they're the ones that are working on this one, and they did this fantastically. They know humor, and they just take these characters and just run with it. And
I don't think it was the same studio that did the Isekai Cutest. Is that what you mean?
I think so.
No, way different style. I don't know. I don't think it's the same studio though.
I think that we had mentioned that that's why we were excited about it at first.
I knew it was going to be similar, but.
And then lastly, I've got Girlfriend. Like I mentioned earlier, I absolutely think that this show absolutely fantastic humor all the way through it. I laughed. I was rolling through the entire show. I loved it.
Yeah, not studio or the director, so.
No?
Like I said, it looks different, so. All right, moving on. Something you'll only find on Otaku Spirit's Deliberations podcast is a harem section. We have our harem section. I have in the nominations that time I got Reincarnated as a Slime second season, ReZero second season part 2, Mushoku Tensei, the Quintessential Quintuplets 2, The Hidden Dungeon Only I Can Enter, Supposed Kids from the Last Dungeon Boonies, How Not Summon Demon Lord season 2, I've Been Killing Slimes for 300 Years, Osamake, girlfriend, my next life as a villainess, Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, mother of Goddess Dormitory and World's Finest Assassin, gets reincarnated into another world as an aristocrat. And of course, as we always kind of say, despite a lot of the stuff being in this list, yes, the thing that we always try to keep in mind for harems is, yes, sometimes it could just be based on the idea of having harem concepts, like, a lot of people on one person, but it's typically requiring, at least 3 people after the main character. Because if you have 2, it's just kind of a love triangle. Whereas 3, I think, is where you finally get that moment where you have outside of that realm into the realm of harem. But yeah, I don't know that anything can really beat girlfriend.
Yeah, right.
It's got 3, and it really is playing into the harem. Mother Goddess Dormitory is definitely like old school harem. We got some really solid stuff in here, where I think. While Mother Goddess Dormitory was not my favorite, I don't think it really did enough to really make me laugh out loud all the time. It was like the epitome of old school, just dumb, let's just have a bunch of girls in a dormitory with one guy kind of concept. But yeah, I don't know if you could beat girlfriend though. Dashkani. I can't not remember that part where she's like laying into him how like technically, legally, and financially cannot work, and he's just like, Tashkari, that makes perfect sense. Why did I think of that? Oh, that was so goofy. I don't know that I can give... ReZero is technically in the realm of that, but...
Did we finally...
Really,
who did
really
we
not
add?
Playing off it too much. Do what?
Who did we add that was pushing it over the edge?
Add on what?
Because I think that we kept going back and forth on the fact that he's technically only has...
what are we talking about first?
ReZero.
Oh. Well, this one, you technically have Emilia technically looking at him for once. We always had Rem.
Right.
And then now you're putting in there Byako or Beatrice. So
Okay.
you're technically in that realm now. And then, of course, Ekidona, if you want to go down that route. And of course, you've always had the witch. The witch, technically. The witch has always technically been there. But I don't know, it is one of those things where it's... You have the roster, but do you have the elements? That's the thing that kind of ruins it a little bit for me. Is you have the roster, but you don't have the elements. It's not as if they're after him and they're playing on harem tropes. It's there, and they're not always in the same area to really have that typical harem combativeness that happens. I don't know. I'm actually surprised with Slime it doesn't play off it too much. That's the other big thing that always kind of puzzled me. Yes, you always have like the 2, I forget what their names are, the 2 Oni girls that are, sometimes mostly the big one, but I don't know their names. I'm playing Quintessential Quintuplet Season 2 was kind of it really starts ramping it up, but at the same time
I really got to finish
it got heavy on the drama.
I really got to finish
and plus, if you're a person of true culture in Quintessential Quintuplets, you only acknowledge Miku, so it doesn't matter. I mean, Miku is obviously best girl. So, is it really a harem when you only care about one character? Yatsuba's cute, though. I like Yatsuba, too. I don't know. It's a struggle. I will say one that's definitely going to end up on my list. Where's it at? I brain break. Yeah, this one right here is going to be on my list. I've been killing slimes for 300 years because I want her to be happy and have her entire harem of girls. Again, it's technically creating the whole my first babies. It's got the 2 daughters and stuff, but it technically is a harem. Like I said, girlfriend's got to be up there. That was probably easily the most refreshing take on the harem. Easily the most refreshing take on the harem. I kind of have to acknowledge Mother Goddess Dormitory just because it was so old school. What else? I don't know that I'm going to classify Mushoku Tensei as harem yet. We really only have like one person's actively seeking him. One respects him greatly. So I don't know that I'm going to classify that harem at this moment. He, as much as Rudy would love to have his harem, I don't think he's got that status quite yet. He's got some work to do. Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, I even struggle with that one as a harem because
I was thinking about that
aspects, too. But he only has 2 right now.
He has technically 2, and they did add the guy, I guess.
Yes, technically.
But no, the best girl, I don't know if I want to call her best girl, but one of the girls is technically not really actively pursuing him. So you only have technically the 2 that are actively pursuing him. So it is what it is. I mean, we make that rule for a reason, and it does technically cut a lot of them out, but there's a reason why. It makes it so that when you have a full list like this, where you technically could go through the entire group, like Andrew was mentioning with reincarnated as a slime. Yes, technically we have 2 that are quote unquote actively pursuing. The Demon Lord girl, she is not actively pursuing him. That's her, as the translators have put it, it's her BFF, but not actually a true active, I really like you, and so therefore I want to sleep with you, like the other 2 are doing. So, yeah, no, not technically actually want to sleep with him, but that is what it is.
I need one more. I just need one more. I love how not Summon Demon Lord season 1, but season 2 is such a letdown. So I don't know on that one. I mean, it's definitely true through and through harem stuff going on there, but it's hard to recommend just based on the fact of how bleh a second season was for me. But I don't really think I have much options other than that. I mean, I don't really have other options. I mean, even though I guess World's Finest Assassin had it, but it didn't. I don't see the main. That was my whole point with my discussion on World's Finest Assassin. It almost felt like it was purposely building around the idea that he would, not that he's a ditherer, but that he just doesn't care. And with that lack of care, it just doesn't really play to it. I guess we still also have Spirit Chronicles. Anything that I hate that one as a harem too, because he's so dismissive. It's mean. It's a mean harem. And I don't like that. I like, not that I want dither harem characters, but I don't want mean ones either. Either play off it or don't. Either play off it or ignore, I guess. Not be mean about it, I guess. I don't know. That's I guess I should put that down here so that in case you want to consider it. It has some really cute characters for the harem though. But we'll see how that turns out with the second season. Did I say what I was going to go with on my last one? Osamake, gosh darn it. That was 3 characters. That was 3. Again, I hated it though. I guess I'm going to have to go with Demon Lord. I guess technically if somebody asked me for a solid harem show, it's about as good I'm going to be able to give them on the 5th end. Yeah, I feel like I'm missing something. I honestly do. Somebody's screaming at their mic or their speakers. That's going to be a case with all this stuff. I just remembered earlier when I was discussing this outside of when we were taking a break, that technically I didn't have Shadow House in our horror psychological, but at the same time it's a struggle to really call that horror psychological, but it technically should have been in that list as well. We're gonna miss shows. It's just, it happens. It just comes with literally covering over 120 shows a year. You're gonna miss something. I've come to grips with that.
All right, I think I'm locked in. For number 5, I've got My Next Life as a Villainess. Routes Lead to Doom 2. Really adorable characters. Really is one of those that is just kind of a harem as a consequence of the main character. She's living out a Atomi game, and so she has a lot of characters who are quote unquote love interests that are actively pursuing her. And so it just is a consequence of that. And then the story involved in that. And it does really,
Saint Magic Powers Omnipotent. They weren't really actively seeking, and it really focused on the main guy.
Yeah, that one...
They're all kind of teasing her around and that was really all it was. They had interest in her, but they weren't seeking her.
That one is an interesting one. Because that's technically an Otome game or kind of based on the idea of an Otome game as well. So I don't know. I'd almost disqualify it just barely. I agree with you though. It's one of those where it's
obviously going for that. It's just it doesn't seem like it's heavy.
Right. It's not trying to conflict like it is with these one like it is with Villainous.
Typically with harems, you have a lot of conflict about multiple choices, and it just seems like that show kind of zeroed in on one possibility, and everything else was just more of a they were there and just teasing her, not teasing her for the relationship. They were teasing her just as a person, just being fun and being friends.
Which in a way is one of the reasons why it's so refreshing. It's not actually trying to actively force the love triangle-esque feel of it, whereas in a lot of cases, and that's where a lot of the
you're not conflicted about who she's going to choose. You kind of know where she's going.
Yeah, there's in a lot of cases with the Otome game type thing, you that's why we complain about the whole quote unquote Bricks character, is because she's just being led around by whoever's the pretty character at the time, which is completely in another way a different take on the ditherer that in a lot of cases harem protagonists, and we've made our complaints about ditherers as well, where you don't like the wishy-washy girl type character. Doki. That's what you get with the Bricks character. So anyway, so I don't know if I was to actually put that one in here, it would probably go to the next to the top. I don't know, it would take the girlfriend spot, but like I said, I almost would agree that I would just kind of disqualify it on the fact that they're not actively pursuing her. So
just thought,
yeah, it's a good point out, and that one is at least an honorable mention. That is a solid entry if they were actually actively pursuing. Number 4, I've got Mother of Goddess Dormitory. Like Andrew said, it's an old school kind of harem feel. Definitely loved it. Had a lot of fun with it. I agree with Andrew on killing slimes for 300 years. I love that. And yes, they just barely pull it off with the Demon Lord girl, the big sister, and who did was it the elf?
Yeah, we have the dragon girl, the elf,
dragon girl,
the I guess technically the other dragon girl, but it was more of a she tamed her.
Yeah.
And then yes, the demon, the dragon, the other dragon. We have the 2 little sisters, and
the little sisters weren't really actively pursuing her.
No, it was just they're the daughters.
Yeah.
You have to have the my first babies in harems. It's another fun.
It doesn't matter. She has a massive harem, one of the biggest harems next to,
and the entire countryside basically loves her. So
yeah, pretty much. How Not to Summon Demon Lord. It's interesting because How Not to Summon the Demon Lord is kind of it's a new take on an older harem, so it's kind of a mix between both.
It's super ecchi.
Yeah, it does have a lot of ecchi involved. And like I had mentioned, I rolled on the floor through the entirety of Girlfriend, so that's easily my top on the harem side.
I'm mostly the same stuff in my list, except for I have quintessential quintuplets that Chris hasn't gotten a chance to get caught up on, so that's about the only big difference. And plus, I didn't watch the second season of My Next Life as a Villainess. I didn't finish that one. So my number 5, I have How Not to Summon Demon Lord. Definitely very high ecchi type of harem show, fantasy type setting, isekai. I didn't like it as much as the first season. That's why it's so low on my list, but it's still solid. Harem either way. Again, Mother's Goddess Dormitory is number 4. That is old school harem. So if you're not into the old school Love Hina type shows, you're not going to get much here, but it was definitely a nice return to that old style. Number 3, I've been killing slime 300 years. Love Aoyuki. She was a nice different take on her. Love that we're getting a second season of it because it was just a lot of fun. Very laid back Isekai for once. For number 2, I have Quintessential Quintuplet's second season. Definitely still up there as one of those semi more modern harem type shows, more focused on an actual relationship building from it, not just the antics of it. But still, Miku, best girl. number 1, girlfriend. Again, I think I put that up there. I had some lulling points in it, but at the same time, I think it was the most refreshing take on harem that we've had in a long time. Actually, going along with it. Getting it working out, having a main character that actually is honest, is honest with it, and not just a dumb ditherer. He's still technically dither in some regards, but he's going for it. He's not ashamed. So that was a lot of the fun in it. Plus, Saki was a lot of fun. All right, another one that you'll never see on anybody else's list that we will do here is Ecchi. Yes, we have an Ecchi list. What we have for our nominations for Ecchi is the Quintessential Quintuplet's second season, the Hidden Dungeon Only I Can Enter, How Not to Summon Demon Lord second season, Osamake rom-com where a childhood friend won't lose, The Duke of Death and His Maid, Girlfriend, Mother of the Goddess Dormitory. I'll get it out. Muroko-chan Towa on Mondays 2 and Gambare Doki-chan. Admittedly, a weak year for Ecchi, but it is what it is. I'd make arguments for some of these not really having too much. Like Muroko-chan opened up with quite a bit of Ecchi, maybe like 1 or 2 shots per episode, but then it just kind of stopped. It was kind of weird. It was kind of like Punchline, where suddenly I was like, okay, where's it at? They no longer have Ecchi in the show. Why was it so prevalent in the first parts? But yeah, not like crazy Ecchi, but Quintessential Quintuplets 2, I would argue, was a lot more chilled than the first season as well. Hidden Dungeon, I'm trying to remember Hidden Dungeon, the Ecchi in that one. Oh yeah, that had tons of it. He was always all over his childhood friend. I remember that. Okay, I couldn't think outside of the goofy lady that was in the dungeon.
Yeah, half of his power was gaining, doing loot
things,
stuff to get his power back. So
yeah, because that was his whole power, was to, or the way to refill it was that there was like money, loot things, or something else, or food, and so he often would do the loot things. That was probably one of the funnier things about that show. Besides the lady chained up, she was fantastic. I loved her character. Demon Lord, like I said, I think they cut back on a lot of that too. I don't know if it was maybe just that they covered the censorship up really well, or they just didn't do much of it. There was still some there though.
Oh yeah,
it was some good stuff. Osamake, yeah, the one girl gets pretty forward with him, but there wasn't really too much there. Duke of Death, she just loved teasing him with it. That's
the thing. It's like when I'm thinking through these, it's like Miroko-chan, that was some, for lack of a better term, it's some really gorgeous ecchi. It's not ecchi kind of fun teasy type stuff. It's just really good looking character artwork, and that's one of the bigger problems with it. Is like Tawa.
Well, that's the argument for the Hidden Dungeon. I don't think it's really good looking ecchi.
Yeah, it's just more teasing, fun, cheesy. Here Lucky Lecture moments and all that stuff. It's so. When I think of ecchi, I tend to think of the teasy, fun, goof off type, Lucky Lecture type stuff. I like a lot of that stuff. So it's really kind of frustrating when I think about some of these, whereas like Tawawa or which is kind of more that. But like Andrew was mentioning, it's one of those that kind of gets lost in its the rest of its story, which is kind of it shifts from one type of humor to a different type of humor.
I'm gonna drop Duke of Death. I know she teases him a lot with it, but it's not really prevalent.
That's more suggestive humor in a lot of cases.
Because even Ganbare Doki-chan, it has a couple in the first couple episodes where she gets really forward,
Right.
but then it just never does it anymore after that. Because it gets lost in her head a lot. She has like these weird dreams where it actually happens, and it's like, whoa, okay, this got really crazy, and then it just never really does it anymore. So I don't know. I think I'm good with that where I'm at, though. Yeah, I think I'll stick with that. Because I think a lot of them have that issue where it just kind of stops. It doesn't really do much of it. It's not the focus of the entire show. I'll stick with that. I think I'm good. I have number 5, Tawa on Mondays. I think the whole point of that show was obviously Opie and how many times we could show Opie. So it was all over the place with it. I think a lot of its humor and its goofy nature of the characters having relationships was around just that ecchi nature. So yeah, I'll definitely put that as number 5. Number 4, Duke of Death is made. Again, it's more teasing, and it doesn't do it too much, but it's good ecchi. She's really cute, even though it's CGI. They did a really good job on her. Number 3, I have How Not to Summon Demon Lord second season. As much as the second season wasn't as good, it still has good ecchi in it. Girlfriend is number 2. That's just all over the place. There's just tons of ecchi in that show. And number 1, I have Mother Goddess Dormitory. If you're going to get anything from that show, it's going to be ecchi. A lot of, more than just ecchi, just actual nudes, but there you go.
I'm in kind of similar order. I've got Duke of Death as number 5. Like I had mentioned earlier, more suggestive than actually showing much of a lot of things. Girlfriend, like Andrew was saying, just all over the place, just goofy humor, a lot of lewd as these girls are trying to get vie for his attention. How Not to Summon a Demon Lord is my number 3. Number 2 is Hidden Dungeon, Only I Can Enter. And then, like Andrew had said, the culmination of everything is Mother of Goddess Dormitory.
All right, moving on to Slice of Life, a more standard genre for people, since we got into some crazy areas. I got a lot of nominations in here. Some of these are probably going to be debated if you'd want to put them in here, but we have them in here. Horimiya, Mushoku Tensei, Nanan Biori, Beastars, Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro, Shadow House, The Saints' Magic Powers, Omnipotent, Shadow Cub, Super Cub. Let's Make a Mug 2, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S, Mimi Maker Life, Remain, Kekeki Shoujo, Akutope on White Sand, Banished from the Hero's Party, My Senpai is Annoying, Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale, and Blue Period. Like I said, you can make arguments for things like Mushoku Tensei, like it's technically slice of life in a fantasy world, but it depends on how much you want to make slice of life be. It has to be in reality, because most of this stuff isn't reality. Let's be honest, but
well,
I've made arguments in the past of Grimgar being slice of life fantasy, but
yeah, we've fought that back and forth, and it's really, when it comes down to it, it's a feeling. So I think that what we've pretty much fallen down on is literally the feeling. So, like, for instance, we was it Flying Witch was one that we had a hard time with the first time that this came up with the idea of
Iyashikei.
Yeah, the Iyashikei was probably the issue was where slice of life kind of you can have a little bit of allowance in the fact of is it a consequence of the world that it's living in, or is it the reality factor? And so we've just pretty much came down on pretty much a feeling when it comes down to it.
Yeah, this is gonna suck. So far, I got Nanan Biori, Kekeki Shoujo, Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale, Blue Period, Aquatope, and Senpai is Annoying. I need to drop somebody.
Your
wanna
list
put
already
Remain.
sucks.
I still want to put Remain in here.
Your list already sucks.
Why?
It's missing the most important one.
What? Oh, Super Cub. Yes, it's Super Cub. Were you talking about something else?
Nope, I was talking about Super Cub.
I'm trying to somehow make a list. I get. There's Horimiya missing still, too. Yeah, this sucks. Let me move up what has to be in the list. I'm just basically gonna move everything up. That's all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move everything up. One slot left. I think I'm gonna drop Aquatope. As much as I think that's like the pure slice of life you can possibly get, it was so disappointing to me in the second half that it's got its recognition. I'm recognizing it right now. Blue Period has a lulling point too. Senpai Annoying is fantastic through and through, but is heavier comedy. Blue Period or Senpai is Annoying. This sucks. Again, I guess I'm gonna force myself to consider if somebody asks for a pure slice of life, Blue Period is gonna weigh out over Senpai. I don't know. This list sucks. This all sucks. Everything sucks. Is it good in order?
All right, let's see if I have...
You're don't toy with me this Nagatoro is slice of life? What? Joking.
I've got number 5. I've got Nagatoro as it's just an adorable. Yes, it's in there in the moment of his life that he finds this girl that while he doesn't like her at first, they eventually slowly grow to like each other, and I think that it's a fantastic kind of moment in their lives as they go through. Number 4, I've got Let's Make a Mug 2. Excellent drama moments in there. Just mundane life taking on pottery, and yeah, there's some how does this work type stuff in there, but it is it balances it out with some solid, just pure life in general. Period piece with a Otome Fairy Tale, sweet romance, and at the same time just living life, taking care of one another. So there's the mundane in there as well. You've got My Senpai is Annoying, mundane again. Just work life, and then in general just comedy in general and involved in that. And then my number 1 is Super Cub. Again, just enjoying a ride through the history, or ride through the country, and just enjoying life in general. So yeah.
That was the worst explanation of Super Cub I've ever heard.
I know, right?
Terrible person.
I didn't want to say mundane again.
Yeah, Blue Period I put as number 5. As I had, like I said before, it has a little bit of an issue with I guess portraying inspiration, but everything outside of that was fantastic. It is, again, purest of slice of life as you can get. Really fantastic moment of this guy's life, basically discovering art and trying to pursue it, and the struggles that come with that. Even the fact that he's good at just kind of pushing himself and just driving to perfect something. Nanbiori is my number 4. Just cute kids out in the middle of nowhere, just enjoying whatever they can. Just nothing really out there, but still enjoying life, meeting each other, getting new friends, all that kind of stuff is really cute. Kekeki Shoujo is my number 3. Fantastic show about Kekeki. Stage play and all that kind of stuff, and the struggles of characters having, getting their position that they got, getting into the actual school itself, learning, all that kind of stuff. It was fantastic. The characters, each one of them, were just so beautifully written, and I want more so bad. It's another one of those source materials that I'm tempted to get into if they don't announce the second season. That's how good it is. Taisho Tomy Fairy Tale is my number 2. Yes, it's the Taisha era. It's 1920s, but it's a slice of life of that time, and it was so beautifully told. It got me into that time period and did such a good job of portraying that time period and just existing there and all the struggles that come with living in that time period. And number 1, I have Super Cub, which essentially is a girl that had nothing, that gains something, and the joy that comes with that, as simple as it is, and the friends that she ends up meeting through it, was just fantastic. She was absolutely adorable, and I just loved every minute of it. It was definitely a surprise of the year. So, yeah, please go watch Super Cub. Romance. We actually have romance this year, Chris. There's so many good, like, I think every year that we have a romance category, it's usually like, I guess that was technically had some like love happening in there, but it wasn't really romantic. We actually have like a lot of romantic shows this year, so I'm actually really scared to do this list. I have for nominations Horimiya, Quintessential Quintuplets 2, Bottom Tier Character Tomozaki, Idoli Pride, Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro, Higehiro, Osamake, The Saint's Magic Powers, Omnipotent, Koikimo, How I should Koikimo in the list. How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom, Remake Our Life, My Next Life as a Villainess, The Duke of Death, and is made, Banished from the Heroes Party, My Senpai is Annoying, Irina the Vampire Cosmonaut, Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale, Tawa on Mondays, 2, Gambari Doki-chan, and Finna Pirate Princess. So, yeah, I guess there's still some in this list that I put in there just for the last of it, but for the most part, they kind of have romance in them. So we got some good picks here. Yeah, so funny things like Banished from the Heroes Party. It's like a fantasy with romance, and it goes all the way. What is this? What is this anime? You used to censor out hand holding, and now you're doing this kind of stuff. Mind blowing. Why is I was like, why is Idoli Pride in here? Well, I guess it technically had a romance story in the background. Tragic as it was. Like, I don't know that I would put. I guess it is the whole argument of puppy love versus romance. It's like, I don't know if I'd put Nagatoro up there quite yet. It's just kind of cute puppy love right now. You gotta choose Osamake. It literally has rom-com in the title. It's got romance in it, Chris.
Yeah. See how fast I'm putting it up there?
Right there. There it is.
All right. In a lot of cases, there is some solid romance in this year, but when it comes down to it, a lot of cases, even some of the more weaker ones, it's hard to decide, because when I think of like Taisho Atomi Fairy Tale, there was quite a few times where it was like, oh, you two are just so adorable together, and I almost kind of put those as those. I don't know that I would call them swoon moments, because there's not. I don't look at swoon moments as all that romantic per se. They're just kind of annoying when it comes down to it. But hey, it is what it is. But I do notice those two are just so adorable together moments. I really do see those. And in a lot of cases, like me and Andrew have talked about, in a lot of cases, romance is one of those really difficult genres to judge in a lot of cases. So just because Writ and Red had a full love story doesn't necessarily mean to me that I think that it was the most swoon-worthy story.
Oh, I didn't develop very well. It was just one of those moments like, okay, you went with it. Cool. That's about it.
But at the same time, I fully acknowledge that my love for Taisho Fairy Tale is a lot of, oh, you two are just so adorable. Why are you two not together already? Oh, because we have a hard time with love stories. So my list is Duke of Death and His Maid. That is my number 5. I think they are absolutely adorable. I do acknowledge that it is a lot of just cutesy moments in a lot of cases. Like we mentioned before, there's a lot of suggestive humor in a lot of cases. My number 4 is My Senpai is Annoying. So freaking adorable. I love pretty much almost all the love interests as pairings throughout the entire show. Like I mentioned, number 3 is Taisho Otomi Fairy Tale. Lots of adorable moments in that show. Great drama moments to kind of keep forcing these characters to acknowledge one another. My number 2 is Saint's Magic is Power is an Omnipotent. Fantastic world story. leading multiple characters together, giving them drama moments to recognize that they acknowledge each other. So great story in general. And then my number one is Horimiya. Just absolutely. I do acknowledge that it's more low-key characters, but they are just absolutely adorable together. And one of the few that actually does seem like a believable love pairing. So
I sadly had to drop off my senpai as annoying. I had to. I have number 5, Horimiya. I think if that show had anything, it was romance. It was cute because it technically isn't something that's like, it was kind of, it happens. And that was kind of what I liked about it. It wasn't somebody was actively seeking somebody. It wasn't somebody pushing themselves on somebody else. It wasn't overly done. It was just, it happened kind of thing. It was one of those moments where, because of circumstances kind of played out, these two kind of met each other, and it just kind of built from there, which was really cute. Them both seeing this different side that nobody else seen, and how that blossomed into something was really cute. And then they had some actual characters on the side that were really well done as well. So it was really cute. Really did enjoy it. Fantastic OP. Irina the Vampire Cosmonaut. This is what bumped off my senpai's annoying, because I can't ignore the fact that Irina the Vampire Cosmonaut was easily one of the best romance-built stories. And again, it was one of those aspects of, it wasn't as if one pursued the other. It just kind of happened. Because over time, as everything was weighing down upon them, their bond that was created through that eventually led to them, in a sense, pushing against an entire nation in a regard. So it was really good in that respect. Was a little bit disappointed that we didn't get something at the very end of it, but The Duke of Death is Made is my third, and it's just cute. It was a lot of fun, and you can't ignore how romantic it is to have somebody that's willing to essentially put their life on the line all the time to be with the one that they love, and what that kind of blossoms from that is just way cute. It was way adorable. I cannot wait for a second season. Saint Magic Powers Omnipotent is my number 2. Again, a very refreshing isekai with a female main character who is, not bricks, and she's a great character. I loved her to death. She just was so charming. And it was one of those cases where when you do get that whole aspect of the male love interest, it was a cool dude. And again, technically for once, she saved his life, and the love that blossoms from that was really fantastic. So, again, another one that I'm a little bit sad that we haven't had a second season announced. But number 1, Taisho Tomi Fairy Tail. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was absolutely adorable. And I think a lot of that comes from, again, it's one of those elements of building the relationship from the ground up. It was one of those stories that could have easily been, oh, well, she knew him from the past and they made this promise that she would marry him or whatever. No, it was the two of them coming from a dark place, an uneasiness where he basically has given up on life, and she had her life herself torn from her life. And so they were both in this state of unknown, but yet the two of them, through their action, not that they were actively seeking the attention or the respect of the other person, but just being there for each other, and eventually creating this, you can call it like codependency, I guess just a reliance on each other. That warmth that they create in each other eventually blossoms into something. And I thought it was fantastic. So really loved it. Next one, Idols. Idols. Sadly, I will admit I did not finish Love Live Superstar, but it's got a second season, so it's not as if I feel like it's really complete at this point, but I was liking it so far. Do I have enough to put in this list? Yes, I do. This will be fun. I have in the nominations for Best Idol of the Year is Gekidol, Idoli Pride, Week Cross. I didn't finish that one. We Cross Diva Alive, Show by Rock Show by Rock Stars, Love Live Superstar, Kigeki Shoujo. I guess you can call that an idol show. I don't know that would. Maybe. I don't know. Selection Project and Idols. I had to remind myself that Idols was the one, the short with the girls in the room. I think it was a mocap one. It was funny. It was a surprise. Now, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just allow Kageki Shoujo. It's technically about them becoming idols on a stage. I don't know. How you on that one?
I don't remember.
You don't remember Kageki Shoujo?
That was the
stage play.
Oh,
They're the all-female stage play.
Yeah, that one was fine. I mean,
You think that's idols? I mean, they do the same things.
yeah.
I don't know. Well, I'm gonna go with it. Now, here's the big question mark, because I think the next two is gonna be, again, I didn't finish Love Live. I'm waiting for the second season anyways, because it's not done yet. But the big question mark I have for myself is the next placement. The next two slots is going to be between Idoli Pride and Selection Project. So the big question mark is which one was better, because they both apparently, obviously, had the same core story in the middle of it. That was a kind of a conflict. But which one did overall better? I argue that Idoli Pride, its backstory, like what was the driving force for the producer and this girl Mana, the one that's kind of this ghost that stays in the group. I think that story was fantastic. I loved that backstory. But the current story and onward, I think, was meh. Whereas I think Selection Project, what they did better was the backstory stuff wasn't as impactful, but the current going forward story was a lot better. So I think in the end I decided that I liked Selection Project more. It's they're right next to each other though, so I think I'm gonna go with that. Then after that, Showa Rock Stars was okay. It wasn't. I don't think it's ever gonna live up to the first season. I think Showa Rock the first season was just the best. I think I always enjoy it though. So yeah, my list for idols. I'm assuming Chris is not doing it because he skipped on the Isekai. Number 5 is Geki Doll. Again, it's a weird story. It's a very different take on an idol show. It's like post-apocalyptic, or not post-apocalyptic, but a disaster happens, and they're using like this weird, cool, like augmented reality, virtual reality type of stage play stuff where it creates a scene for people to watch. And then there's like this AI that's really weird. It's a really weird show. But the girls are all kind of trying to learn to perform and stuff on the stage. It's interesting. Definitely different take on idols. Show by Rock Stars, like I said, it's just a long-running franchise that we've always loved. It's very cute characters, a lot of fun, very bubbly type of show. Idoli Pride, again, I've already mentioned that to death. And Selection Project number 2. Kikiki Shoujo is my number 1. Again, if you want to call an idol show, I think it's technically in that realm. But I've, again, talked that one to death. So, yeah, I love Kikiki Shoujo. Go watch it. Moving on, we have Isekai. Again, another one that you won't see anywhere else. We have for nominations Dr. Stone, Stone Wars, That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime, ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, Supposed Kid from the Last Dungeon Boonies, Spider So What, How Not to Summon Demon Lord, Killing Slimes for 300 Years, Slime Diaries, Combatants Will Be Dispatched, Full Dive, Saint Magic Power, How a Realist Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom, My Next Life of a Villainess, Sunny Boy, Spirit Chronicles, Tsukimichi, Moonlit Fantasy, Drugstore from Another World, The Dungeon of the Black Company, Standing on a Million Lives 2, World's Finest Assassin, Faraway Paladin, Fruit of Evolution, and Restaurant to Another World 2. It's a lot of Isekais this year, and I think there's like a couple that I don't think are in the list, but I think that's all of them. You were already done because you skipped forward. You cheater.
Yeah, I didn't feel
Go ahead.
like I was okay with the idols that I had watched, so.
He wasn't okay with it. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was letting you.
I'm working here.
All right, go for it.
You're all done.
I've got number 5. I've got Tsukimichi, Moonlit Fantasy. Like we had mentioned before, without overdoing everything on this. Interesting take on the whole Isekai. Do like the way that it set itself up. Am enjoying pretty much the characters, the charisma that they've got, or the chemistry they've got going on, and the world that they're building. So that's been a lot of fun to watch that show. I've got number 4. I've got Faraway Paladin, Slow Burn. Really set up a fantastic world that they've got ready to go. And we've opened up for the next the next chapter, if and hopefully we get another chapter for that. Number 3, I've got ReZero, the second season.
If we get another chapter, yes, we have a second season of Faraway Paladin coming.
And my number 2, I've got Saint's magic power is omnipotent. Fantastic storytelling is another one that really well set up for future series for that show. And then my number 1, I've obviously got Jobless Reincarnation, if anybody had any doubts.
Obviously, Sunny Boy. Gosh,
Sunny
best
Boy,
story
of course.
ever. I'm sorry, I'm going to get some hate for that one. It didn't work for me. It's never going to work for me. I have this basically the same list, just a slightly different order. Number 5, I have the Faraway Paladin. Again, slow burn, a lot of world building. Glad that it's got a second season, because if we literally didn't get a second season announced, I would say don't touch it until we get a second season, because it was so much world building. I am concerned about where it's going to go with the second season, but I'm not going to pass judgment now. It was a great intro. A lot of great ideas there. Some rough edges for the animation, but overall, really a nice new take on the isekai genre. So, number 4 is Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy. Absolutely a joy to watch. I loved every single episode of it. Had some great animation points, fun characters, some really great moments. Definitely looking forward to more. Again, another one that has a second season coming, and I cannot wait for it. The Saint's Magic Power is Omnipotent. It's number 3. Unfortunately, the only one on this list that I think doesn't have a sequel coming, and it needs a sequel coming. Again, another very refreshing take on the isekai genre. Again, a female lead that is not a Bricks character. She has a lot of character to her. I loved her to death. She was so much fun. Just a very down-to-earth character, too. And a lot of the side characters were fantastic. I loved getting into the other saint that they had in the show was fantastic as well. Just so many great character moments that it's kind of up there with me with not Yona the Dawn, the other one, the Snow White with the red hair. It's like, why is there not another season of that? A very great main character and a solid take on, well, that was technically not isekai, but anyways, number 2, ReZero second season part 2. Absolutely phenomenal. It's always been great. Still remains to be a fantastic series. I love the new reveals they had in this, but as always, the writer loves to create 50 more questions where there's only one answer. So we're still in lost territory with ReZero, but I'm still eating it up. I love the characters so much. Every character they introduce and they start getting into those characters, I always end up falling in love with them. Like Garf, I didn't really was expecting. It's like suddenly out of nowhere, I love Garf. Every character they introduce are just so phenomenal. Even the bad guys are phenomenal. So just love it to death. It still remains to be an amazing series. Cannot wait for more. Which I don't think we've yet get an announcement for a third season. So that one's scary. And then, yeah, of course, number 1 is Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. It is a phenomenal series. Still remains to be. It's in my head, in my brain, rent-free. I cannot stop thinking about it. It is one of those series where I think a lot of it helps the fact that we know it's going to be a full adaptation, but it's the series that shouldn't exist that is existing, and they're doing an incredible job adapting it, and I cannot wait for more of it. It's a 10 out of 10 show for me, so. Moving on. Mystery Supernatural. We have 4 nominations for Mystery Supernatural is Mushoku Tensei, Wonder Egg Priority, Kimono Jaihin, Sama Spider So What, Jujutsu Kaisen, Higurashi When They Cry New, Tokyo Revengers, Zombieland Saga Revenge, Shadow House, Odd Taxi, Record of Ragnarok, To Your Eternity, Godzilla Singular Point, The Case Study of Vanitas, Sunny Boy, Battle Game in 5 Seconds, and Nighthead 2041. This is a really weird category because it's kind of like that. Sometimes they mix, sometimes they don't. I know what's number 1. I finally get to talk about this show. I have 2 really easy ones, but other than that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Because again, some of the stuff is kind of just based on the supernatural aspect. Some of it's based on the mystery, so it's a kind of a difficult one. This one's definitely going up there as well. What else? I guess Higurashi is a solid one in that regard. I guess I'm really weighing this category heavily on the mystery side of things. I guess it doesn't have to be, though. Because some of the stuff in the nominations that I put in there are just really kind of based on the fact they had Supernatural in one of the tags, and it's fine. I need one more. I guess I'll do Higurashi. No, I need two more. What am I thinking? I need two more. I guess Wonder Egg, because there was a lot of mystery in what exactly is happening in the background for that one. Oh, that's a tough one. I don't even want to try to bother trying to reorganize this list. I'm going to stick with my initial picking on that one. Are you going to bother on this one?
No, I haven't watched near enough of those.
Okay, so Mystery Supernatural, starting from the fifth one, we have Igarashi When They Cry New. Again, going really heavily on the aspect of the mystery side of things, but they technically all have both. But yeah, a lot of the mystery of this is around what's causing the issue this time around, because obviously we had a full first adaptation of Higurashi, and this almost felt like it was supposed to be for the old fans and the new fans, but it's technically taking it and putting a new twist on it, so trying to figure that out. And once discovering it, figuring out how they're going to possibly get out of the situation was a lot of the driving force. And again, while I was disappointed, it was still a fantastic season. I did love it. So, number 4, I have Wonder Egg Priority. Again, a lot of that's kind of centered around the aspect of what exactly is causing the issue and if what they're doing is going to help remedy the situation. And a lot of that stuff was really fascinating. And like I said before, getting into that backstory was really unsettling, but at the same time really fantastic. So number 3, I have the case study of Vanitas. I'm so glad I can finally give this show recognition, because it just really doesn't really fit in a lot of the categories, but I absolutely love this show, and I cannot wait for like 2 days away we have the second season coming up. So super excited for that. It's a fantastic series about vampires and humans and living side by side, and this organization this group that's causing the vampires to go crazy and stuff like that. It's really phenomenal. Really fantastic series. Number 2, Shadow House. That show just was, like I've mentioned before, it's an onion, and you're peeling away the layers of the onion and getting into more and more depth of this house and what's going on behind the scenes. The mystery was oozing from the show, and I loved every single minute of it, trying to figure out what in the world is going on. And all the reveals were fantastic, and the rate in which they were doing the reveals were enough to keep me satiated, is that the word, as I went along. And I loved it. It was a beautiful show, and I cannot wait for second season. And then finally, number 1, I can finally talk about this show, Odd Taxi. Odd Taxi it's a perfection show. It is so amazing. I loved every minute of it. Just the world, not really the world, but the cityscape they created with this story being told in it of this taxi driver, which, again, at face value, it's like animal people, an animal town, this taxi driver that's driving around. Why is this interesting? But once it starts, basically threading together all these different people and all their stories all together, and you start seeing the mystery that it's unraveling, it was so much fun watching this show. Every week I was just trying to figure out what is going on behind the scene, who's doing this, what caused this, and how it threaded all those stories together of all those people and all the kind of the crimes and stuff that are happening in the background. This writer is a genius. Like, I cannot express enough how blown away I was at how perfect this story was told. And I'm super excited for the movie that's coming up. I'm hoping that there's that one last thread that obviously people were a little bit upset about at the very end. They might possibly get into that, so I'm thrilled. I cannot wait for it. I love the show. So
yeah, my list would pretty much be Shadow House, Shadow House, Shadow House, Shadow House, Shadow House. So
and Wonder Egg Party. Anyways, Magical Girl, Magical Boy. You can use the hero. That's pretty much all we have. I guess you could put Saint Magic Powers Omnipotent. There you go. That too. She's technically a magical girl. Healing and Relaxing Show. We basically have 5 shows. There wasn't really much Iyashikei. And technically, as always, when we kind of deliberate Iyashikei shows or Healing and Relaxing shows, sometimes the more noisy shows kind of... Like Super Cub. I think that's perfect Iyashikei.
Yeah.
But there's one episode that's extremely loud. It's her mountain biking up this mountain, and it's like, okay, that's like a super loud episode for Iyashikei. But yeah, I think if you just went straight for like healing, relaxing shows, that yes, it might have a couple loud episodes. I think Super Cub's number 1 up there easily. I follow that up with Laid Back Camp Season 2. That's always been a really fun, relaxing show. Slimes, now Omnipotent probably after that.
Killing Slimes is only because of the cutesy.
Yeah.
Because that one is pretty loud in a lot of cases, because it's a lot. It's a consequence of obnoxious characters but it's still, cutesy in a lot of cases to offset that.
Yeah.
Then you start getting into Saint's power is omnipotent. I can go with that because more it's just them living life in general. But it's not really because you're losing it as you're going down the list when it comes down to these. So, and then ultimately you've got My Life is a Villainess. Yeah, same situation as Magic Power is omnipotent. Too much going for it as far as storytelling is concerned, not so much just relaxing and chilling.
I think of all of them, I think Laid Back Camp's probably the only one that's like pure Iyashikei.
Yeah.
Like I said, like slightly behind it, Super Cub, besides that one episode that was, again, very loud. It's all about healing. I mean, it's very depressing at the very beginning because obviously that's the startup, but I think that's the same issue we have with cute girls doing cute things. We're very light on cute girls doing cute things for last year. I'm kind of, I don't know why it didn't really dawn on me that we were so kind of dry on that. But obviously the number 1 there would be Nanan Biori. I don't know, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid or Nanan Biori? I think Nanan Biori is more focused on that, whereas Miss Kobayashi obviously has some adults. It's not all just Kana doing cute stuff, even though there was entire episodes of her running away and doing cute things with cute girls. We technically did have cute girls doing ASMR, but that was a kind of a failure of a show. I got a full 5, and I didn't watch your Azur Lane. Cute girls doing cute things. I'll put Can I Make Your Ears Happy in 180 Seconds for number 5. It was a good attempt. There was one really good episode. I'll give it credit based on one episode. Number 4, I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. It's just Isekai cute girls doing cute things, essentially. It's an entire household full of cute girls, just shenanigans. Besides the elf. I don't really like the elf. Number 3, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S. That show is phenomenal. Beautiful animations, fun action scenes. But in regards to cute girls doing cute things, there's a couple really solid episodes in there, mainly focused around Kana, because obviously she's the more adorable side of things. But I also liked Ililu as well. Nanan Biori nonstop. Again, kids in the middle of nowhere having fun with the mundane. It's always been phenomenal at that. I, again, very much sad that the series is over. And then number 1, I have Super Cub, which again, girl at first in a dark place, but she finds a Super Cub, and then her along with other people that she meets, she and I forget what the other girl's name was absolutely adorable. Really loved it. A lot of fun. Shorts. This one's interesting. For shorts, we have Let's Make a Mug 2. We have Azur Lane, The Way of the House Husband, Can I Make Your Ears Happy in 180 Seconds, Toba on Mondays 2, Kagenado, Ganbare Doki-chan, Let's Make a Mug 2. I guess you can just group the two of them. Mini Dragon and Idols. Shoot, I don't think there's anything contesting number 1. That's an easy. Right up behind it. So we had 2 really solid shorts last season that I think a lot of people are overlooking, which is Ganbare and Tawawa. I ended up having to make a video on. I'm like, I can't make videos on just them separately because they'd be like 2-minute long videos, but they'd be shorts. But I end up like combining them because like I really do want people to not ignore them. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. For shorts, I have number 5, Tawa on Mondays 2. Really, again, more ecchi focus, but just goofy fun. If you're into ecchi and just shenanigans around cute girls and sometimes little older men, it's a lot of fun. Ganbare Doki-chan is number 4. Again, girl trying to seek the attention of this guy and her throwing as many possible hints as possible for him to, grab onto. And just her frustration around that was a lot of fun. And again, it has a little bit of ecchi in there as well. Number 3, I have The Way of the House Husband. As much as I hate, again, the studio and what they did with the adaptation, the comedy is still gold in there. The skits are hilarious. It's basically Yakuza guy becoming a house husband, and just a lot of the, I guess, people misinterpreting his goodwill and always assuming that he's just a criminal. Number 2, Kagenato, again, Studio Key Works. I laughed every single episode. It was absolutely hilarious. And then number 1, I have Mini Dragon, or the Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid shorts. They were absolutely half adorable and half hilarious episodes. It was one of those kind of, in the wake of us not having Kyo and Annie for so long, because obviously they went through that whole travesty, having them come back with these shorts was like, oh, give me. We knew that Dragon Maid S was coming, but it was like, this was our appetizer, and we were like, please, I can't wait for you to come back and give us a full season, because just absolutely love the characters, and there's so many great moments in that, so love it to death.
I'm pretty much in the same boat. I'm
gonna Way of the House Husband. Did you watch that one?
I would love it anyway. You know I would.
We watched a couple episodes when we were over at in California.
I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna fix your cute girls doing cute things. Take off that 180 seconds and put Mug 2 on there.
But that's your list.
It's the same list.
Well, I watched Mug 1.
You like Mug. Know you'd love it.
I watched the first season.
You just never got around to it.
The first season was in last year, wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure it was in last year anyway.
Okay.
Or in this year, this year anyway.
Are you doing a shorts list too, or well, you said you were about the same. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same.
Here's where we get into the fun stuff. This is where people start sending hate emails. Well, they're already sending hate emails because I didn't acknowledge Sunny Boy. It was in the nominations. Animation. This is the fun part. Now, again, this is going in like the spectrum of stuff that just animates amazing. It doesn't have to be necessarily the greatest show ever, but just the animation in it, the sakuga, whatever you want to call it, is incredible. And I don't think anything's going to get number 1 over a certain show, but let us begin. We have what I put in the nominations for stuff that I could remember having really amazing animation pieces. I might have missed something, but that time I got Reincarnated as Slime 2nd season, ReZero 2nd season part 2, Mushoku Tensei, Wonder Egg Priority, Skate Infinity, Jujutsu Kaisen. Yes, I did watch Skate, by the way. Jujutsu Kaisen 86, Vivi Flora Ice Song, To Your Eternity, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S, The Eden Deities Know Only Peace, Nighthead 2041, The October White Sand, Tact Opus Destiny, this My Senpai is Annoying, and The Hike Story. Every single one of those are amazing animation, by the way. And this is gonna suck. Like I said before, number 1's easy. Number 1 is super easy. Then it's like after that, good luck. Just good luck. All right. Yeah, let me get number 1 out of the way. This is going up here. I think this somewhere in here. That's somewhere in here. This probably right here. I think I already have 5. And I'm still missing Eden's. I didn't even put Eden's up there, and that's still... And Vivi I didn't put up there yet. Yeah, this sucks. Like, ReZero, I'm fine with not putting the list. I think there was, like, 2 really amazing animation pieces, but other than that, it's mostly chill. A chill show. But yeah. I almost... See, I'm struggling with Hike Story, because I think what the studio did with that art style is phenomenal. And there was a lot of really breathtaking visual shots. A lot of more subtle moments where the characters are kind of sitting around and the wind's blowing the hair and stuff like that. Always looks gorgeous, but does it take over some of these other shows that have like these really amazing action pieces? Again, action doesn't mean necessarily best animation. To Your Eternity started out really amazing visually, but it kind of started dropping off.
See, the funny thing is like, I give Andrew a lot more credit than my own opinion in a lot of this case, because
Boom.
He tends to
he acknowledges me. No, I'm joking.
He tends to notice this stuff when it falls off, and I don't. I tend to get more sucked up in the show, and I'm just enjoying the show, and then all of a sudden
apparently I don't get sucked up or enjoy shows.
And Andrew's going, oh yeah, the animation dropped off. I'm like, wait, when did that happen?
Says guy that texts Andrew, oh my gosh, Fruit of Evolution OP.
well, yeah, that one, I do notice it once in a while. Don't get me wrong. My point is that it's funny because like Jobless Reincarnation is one of those where, and I was so intrigued at how good it looked, and I was like, I almost wanted a confirmation of, okay, I'm not crazy here, right, Andrew? This looks good, right? But it's a fantastic looking show, and it's one of those things. It's like I remember Wonder Egg looking really fantastic. I remember Jujutsu Kaisen looking great, but something like Kobayashi, I automatically it's going to look really good. But is it more because of the fact that I have a tendency to like a lot of the stuff that KyoAni puts out? They tend to put out some very top quality stuff. So do I just end up missing bad frames because it's KyoAni? I just automatically assume it's going to look good. That's weird.
What? That's weird. What's weird?
Well, I wouldn't have put Senpai is Annoying up on the list because I didn't automatically think that it was the greatest looking show either. So
they weren't as like, that's the thing. It's like sometimes I really weigh this stuff on how, I guess, consistently it seems like the animation's up there. And I do think that there was a couple really good moments, especially early on, where it seemed like they were ramping up the animation on Senpai is Annoying, where, again, the consistency of it. Like, with something like Hike Story, let's a good example. The reason why it's so low on my list so far is I'm still debating it. Is you do have a lot of points where everything's kind of just stiff. Nothing's really moving. But the example that we give is the prime example of all this stuff, obviously, is Mushoku Tensei. Why that show works so well is it's not just those points where like the character casts a spell and you see this big crazy action explosion. It's everything outside of that still having that high caliber animation. What we were always talking about early on with like the first couple episodes, what we noticed really quickly was, yes, hair flowing in the wind, the blades of grass moving around, the trees, everything looked alive. It wasn't just they drew a backdrop, screenshot, put it into the computer, now make the animation on top of it. It was everything continuously moving, and it felt like a living, breathing world. And it's just it's hard to find something that takes that much care into its animation. And then there's even if you don't have like the environment itself always moving, but the characters themselves constantly moving. Like just seeing when a character moves around or walks up to somebody, it's not just a still moving up with the mouth flaps. It's like the hair moving, and you see the physics of the character actually moving. It's that so much care they put into the character and how they move. And that was something like I seen with like Wonder Egg Priority. Just that attention to detail with how the character moves. Not just that they always have these really incredible action pieces in it. But I don't know. I guess I can just leave Hike Story for art because that's obviously where it's gonna be at. But it did have some really incredible moments in it. There's just too many. Like I even acknowledge Skate. Like Skate, that if I give that show anything, it was the production values were phenomenal. I didn't care much for the story or any of the characters, but there's some great animation. But then they eventually start getting the CGI, but for the most part, it was really well done. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop Hike off and put Vivi. Right, I saw. That had some amazing moments. So many amazing moments. And then I don't even have Edie and Deities, No Only Peace. That I want that in the list too. And again, To Your Eternity. Yeah, this list sucks. I think I'm good. I'm gonna go with number 5, Vivi Fluorite Ice Song. So many incredible animation pieces. So many great moments in that series. It was fantastic. Wonder Egg Priority. The studio literally killed themselves animating that. I guess that's technically to its detriment. In the end, it struggled so much because of how much. I guess what was expected of the studio to animate, they couldn't live up to the expectations sometimes. They got a lot of delays. They struggled with getting it out. But I think it showed that passion of what crazy animation they did with that series. It was so well put together. Jujutsu Kaisen's number 3. That series, just so many phenomenal action pieces. The animation was just second to very few other studios, what they did with that series. It looked phenomenal. So many good moments. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S. I think I want to put Jujutsu Kaisen number 2. Yeah, I'm going to put Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S second or third. It's again in that realm of like, just, it doesn't have to be action scenes in order for it to be great animation. And Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid brought those characters to life. Kyoto Animation brings those characters to life, and the way they move around, it makes the characters that much more special to you, with that liveliness that they put in the characters. And again, yes, technically, like, all these crazy action scenes where they suddenly decide, okay, let's just have these characters go crazy at each other and explosions and stuff, was phenomenal. But yeah, love it to death. And then, of course, number 1, Mushoku Tensei, because we've been talking that to death. There's nothing else this year that came close to the absolute beauty that show was. Like, not even just moving things, but the backdrops and things in the backdrops that are all hyperly detailed with so much content in it. And it blows my mind that this was from a book. They had nothing to go by but based on descriptions, or probably what they had to pull from the actual author themselves, of what is in every single one of these environments that they're walking into. Because I doubt that the writer of the light novel, because typically light novels aren't that super descriptive. So to have all this liveliness and content behind the background is just blows me away. So anyways, moving on. Art. Artsy fartsy. Okay, now I can put Hike Story. I can put Hike Story up in the list. It's like, the art is like literally choosing your baby. Because like they're beautiful for their own reasons. Why do they have Miracle-chan? I think it was probably just based on the character designs and stuff. I really liked it. Yeah, not too many artsy-fartsy shows last year, honestly. I mean, you can choose some based on their character designs, maybe based on artwork, but yeah, I could probably put Wonder Egg Priority in here too, because it had like a unique style to a lot of the environments. Are you debating your art?
Yeah.
Yeah? You need help with any decisions? I think again, art is it can either be art style, it can be artistic choices, stuff like that. And like I said before, this is a difficult one to really put into a 5 list, just because you're choosing based on which artistic choice you like the most, which is really annoying. But if I have to put it in a 5 list, I have Wonder Egg Priority as number 5. Again, a lot of the dream worlds they go to have their own unique style to a lot of the monsters and stuff, that the quote-unquote monsters they face. A lot of the artistic choices they have there with a lot of the action scenes were really cool. Again, a lot of the character designs as well. I love the character designs. Ai Oto she's still on I have my desktop background as I'm recording this. Love the character designs and everything, was fantastic. Number 4, I have Shadow House, a more gothic, dark theme to it. Not like grotesque and dark theme, just dark and visual and stuff. Like I said, gothic, really cool look style to it. Really do love it. Eden Deity's Only Piece is my 3rd, which that one had like a very neon, very loud art style to it, very colorful art style to it. And I absolutely loved it. It was eye-catching. And when it's used in the, action pieces with the series itself, it looked fantastic. I really did love it. I think it was Studio Bones that worked on that, or was it MAPPA? Was it MAPPA? I think it was MAPPA. Might have been MAPPA. I don't know. Bones or MAPPA. Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation. Again, this goes back to what I was talking about in the animation area, where it's more than just the animation itself. It's the efforts and everything put into the backdrops and the backgrounds and what comprises a scene. It's one of those shows where if you pause a shot, especially when they're doing the OP, the way that they handle the OP is where they just basically show the town or whatever they're in at that current episode, And just if you pause at any moment, you can look, and it's just a collage of a ton of context to bring in. Like I said, just the people working there, the animal life, all this kind of stuff. People working, what's in a shop, what's on a shop counter, all that kind of stuff. There's so much effort put into each and every shot that you could just eat up. And then the number one, like I said earlier, is Hike Story. If I can give that show anything, it was... I don't really like Science Saru, and I've never really liked their art style either. But Hike Story, I don't think could have been done by any other studio besides Science Saru. They basically brought like old school Asian scroll artwork to life, and how they did that and animated it was absolutely breathtaking. And just these moments where Biwa, the main character, where she goes off in this kind of Inca style singing of like a prophecy. She has like this long, bright white hair. It was absolutely beautiful. And the way they pulled it off, and again, Aoyuki technically singing it, was phenomenal. It was a beautiful show and a fantastic story too. You got two.
Yeah, I got Super Cub and Shadow House. Super Cub, of course, is it's more of a low key type show. But I do love the softer character styles in that show, and that's one of those things that it fits along with what it was trying to do. But it is one of those artistic choices that I do personally like.
Can I add something to the artsy fartsiness of Super Cub?
Sure.
Another thing that I loved about Super Cub was its use of warm colors.
Yes.
There was something that it dawned on me at some point, and I just loved it. Is the whole concept of Super Cub is her having nothing and being stuck in a dark place, and then finally finding something. And how the animators chose to portray this is that whenever something hits her that warms her up and brings her out of that darkness, you'll notice that the coloring of the anime itself suddenly gets warmer. The colors get warmer. And I thought that was a really...
more vibrant.
Yeah, I thought it was a really fantastic choice of, again, adjusting colors.
The other one I have is Shadow House. I absolutely went into that show specifically because of its gothic style-ish thing. Absolutely love the style, and when I got into it, I just was drawn into the world that they were portraying, and that was easily one of my favorites for sure.
The next one we have is Concept. I don't really have too many put in the nominations, but this is basically a category just to kind of acknowledge, if certain shows aren't the greatest show ever, just to at least acknowledge that the concept that they created were really interesting. Of course, I do have a lot of shows in here that are technically phenomenal shows, but there are some in here that I would possibly acknowledge just based on the fact that they are really cool concepts. There's a mechanic in it that is either unique or just really well pulled off. I think we don't really have anything like too...
This is where we go when we're so frustrated with a show that we wanted it to do something and it didn't.
Yeah, I think we only have really one show. Well, there's technically two shows in here that I'm frustrated with that I have my troubles with. I'll just say that. Did I put on Saint's Power, Magic Powers, Omnipotent in here because of the concept of it being a female isekai? Maybe. I mean, because that is technically a very welcome change to have an isekai that's not bricks. Because we technically have isekai female characters. One that comes to mind is Nor 9. That was technically isekai, but again, she was technically bricks, so... throw that out the window. Didn't really get to do much with that character.
Well, Killing a Slime for 300 years was a female isekai, wasn't she?
Yes. But I think we got both those at the same time, didn't we?
Probably.
But yeah, I'll put these two up here because they're technically the ones that I wanted to highlight the most. So yeah, my list for shows that had the most unique concepts that not always executed well, but number 5, Banished from the Hero's Party. The concept I'm talking about here, obviously, is the blessings, which I still, to this point, do not know if I like or hated. But it was a very interesting concept that I absolutely ate up. it was what drove me to keep watching the show. Was like, what is this whole blessing concept, and what the hell are you doing with it? In some cases, it worked out really fantastic and very interesting, especially how they used it in regards to the hero's story. So for that alone, it makes it up there. Number 4, So My Spider, So What? As much as I wanted to love that show so much and the animators butchered the crap out of the adaptation, I was extremely intrigued by the concept of essentially these 2 different sides of the story, which I won't spoil, but you're technically getting 2 different perspectives, and how you're slowly seeing how the 2 stories are kind of meeting each other was really cool. And to finally get that kind of reveal to it was pretty awesome. So as much as I hated the adaptation, it had a really cool concept, and I really loved digging into it on a weekly basis. Saint Magic Powers Omnipotent, number 3, like I said before, it's really nice to have an isekai character that you really do love. And yes, technically, Killing Slimes for 300 Years was an additional one. This is more on the, again, romance and serious side, and I really did love it for that. Definitely a different take on isekai in general. So, number 2, Eden Deity's No Only Peace. I just loved how very interesting the world is. Basically a world with these things known as Edens, which are technically seen as gods, and how they are birthed, the mechanics behind that, the demons of the world, the structures of the powers of the land. All that stuff was just super fascinating, and definitely, like I said before, a very different take on the typical shonen power action type show. So, and then Odd Taxi's number 1. Like I said, animal people in a city, everything about it, I didn't get why I was watching it, but as I got into it, it was just the mystery and how they tied everything together. I thought as a concept shouldn't have worked, but again, the writer was masterclass and pulled it off. So really cool. Loved it. Did you put together something?
No, you're fine.
Are you just going to give up on all the rest of the list, Chris? Join me.
Really? There's nothing there for me to
choose something. Here's a good one. Original. We had a ton of great originals last year. I'm really happy of the increase of originals that we're actually seeing. I'm looking through the list. I'm hoping Chris can find something in here.
Yeah,
you didn't watch anything in originals or what? We have Wonder Egg Priority, Skate, Idols, Be the Beginning, Succession, Vivi Flory, Ice Song, Odd Taxi, Zombieland Saga Revenge, SSSSS, Dyna Zenon, Godzilla, SP, Eden, Sunny Boy, The Aquatope on White Sand, Remain, Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop, Fina the Pirate Princess, Yuki Yuna is a Hero, The Great Monkai Chapter, and Rumble Garandal. Yeah, number 1's easy. Number 2's easy. I think. I'm already starting to wonder. The 5th always sucks. Oh, yeah, duh. I think. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. So number 5, I have Remain. Again, it was a super shocker for me. Water polo anime with cute or handsome boys, and it got me with the characters. It was all about the characters, and I loved them to death. They had so many great drama points. Again, super shock for me. Number 4, Zombieland Saga Revenge. Again, just more fantastic Zombieland. And now, this one, again, similar to Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, the second season was a lot more character-focused than anything, but I loved it. It was a lot of great moments. It got really heavy towards the later part. They're still kind of hinting at this one connection between 2 characters that is driving me nuts that they haven't really just come out and plainly say it, but I love it. Number 3, Vivi Flory, Ice Song. This is definitely a huge shocker. This one kind of came out of nowhere as a complete original, and they pulled it off. I really did love it. Again, technically, quote-unquote, time travel, but the way they pulled it off worked really well. I was a little disappointed in the final big bad, to say that, but it was still phenomenal. I really did enjoy it. Number 2, Wonder Egg Priority. Like I said, just so many great character moments, great emotion, fantastic backstory stuff they got into. Everything about it was truly epic. And then, yeah, number 1, Odd Taxi. As always, again, blah, 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 blah. Super amazing. Talked him to death. We don't usually do worst, but worst category. This is just a category to say shame. Shame on you, show, or whatever. I only have 4 down there, but I'm sure there's probably some other ones that I'm not thinking of, like apparently X-Arm. Yeah, X-Arm, that show. So yeah, X-Arm, and then the other 4 nominations, which are technically in the list too, is The Promised Neverland second season, because 1, they skipped what apparently is supposedly the best arc ever, and what came of it was just a very lackluster second season. I mean, I made the argument that I don't necessarily see the second season because I don't know what that arc is they skipped. It was an okay second season. It just wasn't the same flavor that we had with the first season. The first season was like, what's behind the curtain? Constant feel of dread and what's around the corner and what they're facing, the struggles they're facing at the moment, and the unknown. But the second season was like, immediately open up the curtain and you just know everything. And it no longer it never had the same feeling that I had from the first season. The first season was a 10 out of 10, and this season was just like, okay, I guess that's how we can conclude things. And that was the whole disappointment of it, and why it ends up being worst, I guess. Tokyo Revengers, just based on the censorship, not necessarily that I didn't like the show. Censorship was terrible. It's the worst. I hate the studio for it. Enough that I made a trailer. I made a spoof trailer of the second season announcement, and I just like put a bunch of censor bars and stuff, and I posted on Twitter saying, look at the Western release of the trailer for second season. Sorry, it was in my head. I had to get it out there. Pitch Boy Riverside, just based on the fact that they butchered the episode order. That's the only reason. And Spirit Chronicles for basically just him making girls cry every episode. But they're not terrible shows, just really joking about what they did.
Yeah, that would be me for Banished. I was enjoying that show up until the last couple of episodes, and now I want to just be mad at it for forever.
Here's the new section, the most controversials. What do you think was the most controversial shows of the year, Chris?
Probably Jobless Reincarnation, because apparently characters can't do anything.
Yeah, if you're of the belief of rebirth, you can no longer have relationships, which is technically the entire Buddhist belief, I think. So that sucks for y'all. That definitely sucks. But I made the joke that technically means that Eris might be an 80-year-old woman.
Yeah.
And so she's the bad person in this whole regard.
But I agree, Koikimo, it seems like that one would be one that people would have a little problem with.
That's the funny thing. Like, Koikimo and Higehiro was in the same season.
Higehiro is the other one.
Koikimo and Higehiro was in the same season. And it's so funny that Higehiro got the flack. And guess what show actually had the older gentleman actually act?
Yeah.
Koikimo. Why wasn't Koikimo the one that everybody was yelling at? Oh, because Higehiro obviously was more popular and it actually looked good. It visually looked a lot better. It had a better story that people were engaged in, and so thus that attention brought in the people to be angry at it. But Koikimo was technically the one that was bad because, again, he technically pushed himself on her. So, and whereas Higehiro, he literally said no. No, get away from me, girl. But yeah, I think you can't ignore probably... Let me see. Okay, so I had Koikimo, which again is technically older gentleman seeking high schooler. Mushoku Tensei, again, technically the controversy around that is that this guy that was was he 30-something, 34 or something like that, gets reincarnated into a child's body and, yeah, gets pervy about girls. Promised Neverland second season, the controversy around that was them skipping an entire arc and then doing an original ending. So My Spider So What is more around the fact that they butchered the adaptation, the animation and everything was terribly done. Higurashi When They Cry, I guess the controversy is more around spoilers, but technically who was working behind the scenes and the ending, I guess. Eden Deity's No Only Peace, yeah, demons like to do things inappropriate to people and not respect boundaries. Demons don't care about offending people. That's technically what demons do. They're technically bad, so they don't follow the laws of mankind, so they force themselves upon women and impregnate them because they need children. Selection project. I think that was mainly around the fact that of how similar it was to Idoli Pride. Is really all that is. Yukino as a hero, the Great Monkai chapter. Just again, them butchering a lot of the adaptations and redoing the movie once again. X-Arms because it looked terrible. And again, Higehiro because young girl trying to force herself upon a guy. And everybody apparently seeing that as bad, even though it's technically her story. So yeah, I don't think anything's beating Mushoku Tensei, and again, I think that's largely to do with the popularity. When something's extremely popular, that means that people echo louder that they don't approve of it. And again, it's unfortunately one of those kind of unwinnable arguments. How do you argue that against somebody when they're just going to turn around and say that you're approving of it when you don't necessarily approve of it? It's just that's the character. He's a flawed character. And so that's who he is. Agree, disagree that would probably be number one?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think anything was really as big of an echo chamber as that one kind of ended up being. Obviously, X-Arms was more kind of people just laughing and just pointing their finger at it and saying how terrible you are. I think Higehiro's probably easily second because I just could. I think every week an episode came out that was somebody barking about how that was, I guess, fetishizing young children living with a man or something like that. It's like I didn't get that when I watched it. Again, I thought the main character was very respectful and he was trying to help her. It's technically a taboo what he's doing, but at the same time you understand her story and it's like it's a sucky situation kind of thing. And that's like I said before, I think that was the whole point of it. I'd put probably Eden Deities as third because especially that first episode. But I didn't really hear people talk about it after that. Like the first episode obviously ticked off a lot of people and it made me mad too. I thought the way that it was portraying that final scene was like, holy crap, it was making the whole act seem whimsical. And it was like, that's not really cool. But at the same time, like I said, after I watched a bit of it, it's like, it's technically the whole point. They're demons. It's supposed to be unsettling, I guess, was my argument, I guess, I made out of it. Shoot. I'm bringing these down. I'm going to put Promised Neverland second season as number 2. Because there was not a single moment I didn't hear people complaining about that show. So I just need one more. Think it's so much Spider, so what? Because everybody wanted to love that show. Honestly, that was like a lot of people wanted to love that show. I'd probably even say I'd put Eden's down and put Spider as 4. Agree?
Yeah.
Number 5, Eden Deities No Only Peace, just for again, demons doing bad things that people don't accept, which is the whole point. Number 4, Sama Spider, so what? Just based on the fact that they did a terrible job adapting, it looked insanely terrible. Number 3, Higehiro, for, again, girl living in a guy's house. The Promised Neverland second season, which again is around them skipping an entire arc and doing an anime original ending, which nobody liked. Well, some people already liked it. And number 1, Mushoku Tensei, around, obviously, Rudy being pervy around little girls. Surprised it wasn't as loud as I was expecting after that episode. I guess most people kind of dropped off by that point, so the moment that that happened in that later episode of Mushoku Tensei, they'd already stopped watching it, so no outcries of anger.
Probably. It's funny because as popular as it is, I don't know. It's one. I think that I caught more the defender than the people that were not okay with it. So. Yeah,
I think when it finally happened, you had just a lot of people coming out and saying, it wasn't that bad. And it's like, well, I haven't seen anybody say it was bad yet, so can we wait? Unless you guys are saying something. But I've pruned my follow list pretty well.
And that's the thing is like, okay, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying as going against something. So you don't have to defend it. I understand. I'm on your side technically.
Yeah. They were just waiting for somebody to say something, so they just jump on whatever moves. Most disappointing. I had The Promised Neverland, Scar the Praetor, Soma Spider So What, Higurashi When They Cry New, How Not Summon Demon Lord 2, SSS Dyna Xenon, Dragon Ghost House Hunting, To Your Eternity, Remake Our Life, Sunny Boy, The Octopa Might Sand, Komi-san Can't Communicate. Yes, I put that on the list. Tactova's Destiny, Yuki as a Hero, Great Monkai Chapter, Rumble Garandal, and How Can I Make Your Ears Happy in 180 Seconds. What goes in this list isn't bad shows. It shows that you have either a hype built in yourself of what it could be, and it doesn't live up to those expectations, or it just fails miserably, I guess, to what you were expecting. So, again, not to say they're terrible shows, just that your hype level's up, and it doesn't live up to it. One's easy for me. And then there's, like, To Your Eternity's a struggle for me because it's like, I wasn't expecting it to blow me away because I've read it. I read the entire manga up until the point that they adapted it. And so there was a hope for me that it would re-spark my love for it, which it technically did because it had, like, a couple episodes after the arc that I found frustrating. So, I don't know. It didn't disappoint me because I was expecting it, I guess. Remake Our Life definitely disappointed me in the end. Can I Make Your Ears Happy in 180 Seconds disappointed the hell out of me because that could have been so amazing. Like, what the crap? You had me. I was going to scream from the rooftops, but then you couldn't even do what you were supposed to do, which is record it with a stinking stereo microphone. Dummy head. Oh, yeah, Remake Our Life ending was, they didn't even beat the final boss, in a sense, which frustrates me. I need one more. Higurashi When They Cry New is a weird one because I think once the realization came about what was causing the whole issue, I didn't really have much expectations for how it was going to end it. I think it ended it fine, so I don't think it's disappointing in the end, but it did not have the weight the first adaptation had at all. But it was still enjoyable. I still enjoyed it. I guess my final is probably going to be Yuki as a Hero. Ugh, I think that's good. So I have Can I Make Your Ears Happy in 180 Seconds as number 5. And again, that's around the idea that I like weird stuff. And there was this concept that they had built it around, and they didn't even utilize it properly. A lot of the writing was just very poor. It's just me building it up, really. Number 4, Remake Our Life. Again, this is kind of centered around... I felt like the ending... There was 2 aspects of the ending that really disappointed me. As much as I enjoyed the show overall. Don't get me wrong. I did enjoy the show overall. It's just there was a couple things about the ending that was kind of a letdown. One being, like I said earlier, is it really felt like there was one... like final boss that technically needed to be defeated, and they didn't even do it. Like, they just show this brief shot of them walk up to it, essentially, and nothing really happens. There was also this aspect that there was something that the protagonist, for a good portion of the climax, was dealing with. He kept making the same mistake, and he acknowledges that he was making this mistake, but he still does it, and so it doesn't really have him learn, which is kind of dumb. Octopa Might Sand number 3, which, again, is more disappointment because I felt like the second half was just spinning its wheels. The first half was extremely strong. The second half was just kind of a petered out. Komi-san Can't Communicate is my number 2. Yes, this is something I wanted to love. I tried to love it. I didn't get it. And I know a lot of people love it. It was a disappointment to me because I was hoping to like it. And there was a lot of praise around it coming into it that I didn't really get. Yuki as a Hero, Great Monkai Chapter is number 1. And again, a lot of that centers around the fact that they cut a lot of content for probably one of the most interesting arcs that they possibly could have covered, which was, again, the 0-year storyline. Instead, they decided to cut a lot of content, scrunch down that story, and again, show repeated clips of the movie of the hero chapter, which is like, why would you re-show the hero chapter? You could have done this entire backstory and done it justice. Absolutely frustrating to me. So, yours.
Yeah, I kind of more just pulled this together just off of the top of my head. So don't ask me in 5 minutes; it'll probably be different. I've got, and this is in no particular order. Soul Life Cheat Pharmacist. This was the one with the guy who did the built the made ingredients all over the place for different people. It was cutesy, but I kind of went. A lot of these, like Andrew had said, that a lot of these are, you go into it expecting something and you don't quite get what you were expecting. And this one, while it does, it's doing exactly what's on the box. And for whatever reason, I kind of built it up to more than what it ended up being. And I did walk away from it a little bit disappointed. Pretty Boy Detective Club. That one was done by the same guy that did
Nisio Eisen.
Nisio Eisen. And I don't know what I was really expecting. I guess I was expecting more Monogatari, and I didn't quite get that. And so I fully admit that's probably more me than anything. Andrew didn't sound like it was a bad show when he was.
It was definitely Nisio Eisen and definitely Monogatari. It's just swapped genders is really all it is. So it's different to see male characters appealing than female characters.
Next one was Black.
Still have great villains, just like Monogatari had. Like that's what I wanted was the villains actually.
The next one I have is Black Company. This is one for whatever reason I really was looking forward to the idea of the Black Company, building up the Black Company and all that stuff, and it didn't quite work out exactly what I had set up in my head. And I was very disappointed with that one. I'm not going to beat the Banished Hero thing again. I did walk away from that very upset with how it ended. And then Dragon Goes House Hunting. That was another one. For whatever reason, I don't know what I was expecting. But I went into it expecting one thing, and I got exactly what was on the box. And I don't know why that should disappoint me, but it did. I got something very different out of it, and so in some respects I'm disappointed. In some respects, it's an odd show. So yeah.
All right, next category we have is the biggest surprise. Now this category is specifically focused on titles that we had zero expectations for, or maybe negative expectations for, but after watching the show, as the title would lead you to believe, we were very surprised about how much we enjoyed it, or how much it shocked us, or how much it just was higher. It should have had higher expectations, I guess, given to it. So, in the nomination list, I have Mushoku Tensei, Wonder Egg Priority, Kimono Jai-Hin, Bottom Tier Character Tomazaki, Idoli Pride, Viviflora Ice Song, The Saint's Magic Powers, Omnipotent, Super Cub, Odd Taxi, Record of Ragnarok, Remake Our Life, Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, Remain, The Eden Deities No Only Peace, Kageki Shoujo, Nighthead 2041, Miroko-chan, The Faraway Paladin, Irina the Vampire Cosmonaut, and Muv-Luv Alternative. And I kind of put those all on the list for the fact that some, maybe more than others, just had, again, that aspect of no expectations, but then being extremely surprised by it. And I think to kind of start things off, because the obvious big question is going to be is, why would Mushoku Tensei be in here? And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that to be perfectly honest, I had zero expectations for it coming into it. And it was one of those ones where, as we were talking about it in our preview, we had a lot of people coming up and saying, no, this is the godfather of all isekais. And I'm kind of like poo-pooing it like there was isekais around before. They wrote that in 2010, I think, is when it was the first novel was actually being created. But I think there was an element there where I think in the end, obviously, it was a huge shock. It's that aspect of how great it was offset the fact that I was pretty much neutral coming in. But at the same time, I don't know that I would actually put this in this list. I think that this list is more stuff that I had zero context to go into it, and it was shocked me. So I think I was pretty hyped for Wonder Egg Priorities, so I don't know that I would put that in there. I would just based on the PV and the art and everything. I was, Heterochromia, Oto has a lot to do with that, but it was a shock in the end, though. I guess to get more into stuff that I was actually surprised by, I think easily Super Cub is up there. Odd Taxi is another one that's up there. Again, those two had zero and even negative expectations going into it, but were super surprised by it in the end. Let's see. Other than that, Nighthead 2041, again, is another one that came in with negative expectations and was extremely surprised by. Of course, the negative expectations based on the fact that it was CGI, but in the end was super shocked by. Mob of Alternative, I would admit, similar to Chris, coming into that with the expectation this is just going to be a gore fest. Here's cute girls, now kill cute girls. And what I ended up getting in the end was some really strong character moments and just the overall world. In the conflict of, again, infighting that I typically hate. So having another negative point halfway through it going, oh crap, here's infighting stuff. I don't like infighting. And then suddenly out of nowhere, I'm like, I really love what they're doing with this. So again, another big shock for me. One more. Maybe Saint's Magic Power. Because again, that's another one that I had zero expectations for and was super surprised by. Remain's kind of similar as well. Maybe Eden Deities or Kikaki Shoujo. There's like 4 right now that I'm fighting with. Eden Deities I think needs to be up there because that ended up being like literally one of my favorite shows of the year. And I had no expectations for it being that. And even having a negative perspective from the first episode. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. I think as much as Nighthead shocked me, I think I'm gonna replace it with Saint Magic Power. Because I think I enjoyed Saint Magic Power more than Nighthead. I love the world of Nighthead, but the characters just weren't there. And that's the problem that it has in the end. Is that it? See, Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy. I thought it was just going to be another isekai, and that one was really good. Really, really good. There's a lot of surprises this year, honestly. I think I'll keep that list. I think I'm good. And even Morocco-chan, I knew I was going to enjoy it, but I didn't think I'd enjoy it for the reasons that I did. So I have the Eden Deities No Only Peace as my number 5. Again, coming into it with, it was going to be a cool action show. I was actually off-put by the first episode, and then I just fell in love with the characters, especially Miku. Miku was phenomenal, which we'll get into that in a bit. Mobile Alternative, like I mentioned earlier. Saint's Magic Power, again, female isekai lead, more romance and stuff. Did a really phenomenal job of it. Odd Taxi, again, coming into it thinking it's just going to be some boring taxi driver, animal people, and it just blew me away. And Super Cub, again, zero expectations, just all we had coming into it was girl on a Super Cub. Oh, here's an advertisement for Super Cub, and then it turns into one of the most heart-wrenching, smile-inducing shows I've ever seen, so yeah.
I've got Miroku-chan. Miroku-chan was literally the definition of going into it expecting one thing and getting something very different in every respect. I remember when we were discussing it, we were weren't real sure if this was supposed to be a dark comedy. What exactly are we getting out of this? I went into it going, I don't know if I want to watch this, coming out of it with an absolute gem of a show when all was said and done. My next one I've got is Tsukimichi. This is another one where we weren't real sure exactly what we were getting out of this and got quite a very different show when all was said and done. So yeah, that's another one that I'm very happy that I sat with it and went ahead and went through that.
It was cool having this aspect that you're technically following what the world would deem as the bad guy, even though he's not a bad guy.
Yeah. And even when you're watching it, it doesn't play him off as the bad guy, and so that is quite a different aspect to that show that I I know that we're talking about, but I don't know if a lot of people are catching on to that. And hopefully that will be something that will ultimately bear some very solid fruit when it's all said and done. In number 3, I've got Saint's Power is Omnipotent. That's another one that is not quite exactly what I was expecting when I went into that show. Kind of expecting this a character going into a world, being kind of tossed to the side. And yes, this is what you're getting out of the show, but it was played a lot more maturely and well thought out. There's some solid writing in there that I wasn't quite expecting that I would get that solid writing, and so I'm very happy when all was said and done. Horimiya is another one where kind of expecting a kind of a comedy type, rom-com type show, ended up with some, like I said, some more mature story writing, some more adult drama points, very solid writing, and I was very happy with it. And just to compound on what Andrew was bringing up with Super Cub, going into it more expecting just a Cell's portrayal of Super Cubs, and walking away with one of our most praised gems of the year. That definitely very happy that I went into that one.
All right, we're done with all the easy stuff, honestly. Now it's time for the most debated, the most vicious and violent choices that you'll ever make in a top 5 list. And yes, that's best girl. Because we all have to choose who is the best waifu character of the year, and it's that time. I think I've wrote down probably a good 40 plus characters to really go through, and this isn't going to be fun. I mean, I already know what number 1 and number 2 is. I mean, that's easy. Number 1 and 2 is easy. But this is the issue that always comes of the best girl and best boy, essentially, is that the debate between waifu and just really well-written character. Like, for one, I hands down, there's no competition. The best wrote female character, I think, this year was probably Tokoko from the Iyashikei story. Tokoko is she was such a strong character, like through and through. Her story was, she literally carried that show. When I had some issues with what it was doing at some point, she carried it. Her story was so phenomenal. And there's characters like Irina. Technically, Irina, she's just a very well-written character. Vivi from Vivi Floria Ice Song is an extremely strong written character. But then, yes, you have the more cutesy and more fun characters that you're going to be more after, like, I don't know, characters from Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid. Kana's not necessarily... She actually does have some character development or backstory given to her with the second season, but not, like, full in depth, like something like Tokoko and stuff, so. Or Mori from Blue Period. Absolutely loved her character as well. There's a lot of really fantastic female characters. And yeah, when you go into more for different quirks and stuff, Komi from Komi Can't Communicate and other characters like that. So good luck, Chris. Good luck. Like I said, the first and seconds are really easy. Maybe not. I don't know. We still have technically ReZero coming back too, and there's some characters in there as well. Yeah, this is gonna suck, but like I said, first and second's easy. I can knock those out really quickly. Now it's difficult to say which one goes first, but the first two are really easy. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, Hori, Yoshikawa from Horimiya, and Milim, Shuna from Slime. Obviously, all the good girls from ReZero, like Beatrice, Rem. Obviously, Rem didn't really get too much of attention that season, which sucks. But you have Ecchi Donna, Amelia, obviously. Miku from Quintessential Quintuplets. Kumiko, A lot of people loved her from Sama Spider So What. I would argue it's Aoyuki really is what people love. Let's be perfectly honest. It's not Kumiko that people love. It's Aoyuki. Nagatoro from Miss Nagatoro. Lina from 86, even though she never really got much attention in the second part. Technically, we still have to remember that was the first part as well. She was pretty strong there as well. Killing Slides 300 Years. Vivi. See, Dyna Zenon, Yume, and Chisei is a lot about character design, not so much character, in my opinion. Sei from Omnipotent. Perona from To Your Eternity. I loved her character. So fantastic. She's another one, kind of like Tokoko. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, obviously. Toru, Elma, Ilulu, Quetzalcoatl. Saki from Girlfriend. she's a favorite of mine. Just her reaction to everything. Her Seiyu again made that character. Akishino from Remake Our Life. Even Nanako. Alice from Duke of Death. It's a struggle too. Sarasa from Kageki Shoujo. Miko from Miroko-chan. Loved her to death too. Sakurai from Sakurai from My Senpai is Annoying. Definitely waifu material right there. Like, I cannot believe how much she took the shine away from Igarashi. I came into that show expecting Igarashi and that contrast, but then Sakurai took over the show. Yuzuki from Taisho Tomi Fairy Tales, special too. Oh, I'm scrolling away. Go back. So I'm at 4 right now. Jean from Case Study of Vanitas, along with Domi. Those are both fantastic characters, too. Karen from Fina Pirate Princess. I called that show literally Karen the Pirate Princess because nobody cares about Fina. They care about Karen. She's obviously best girl, that show. Oh, gosh. Yeah, and I gotta get Tokoko up there, so I guess I am done with my list. Holy crap. That was a lot faster than I thought it would be. And I'm leaving so many characters off. I guess that's fine. I think if Rem was in ReZero second season, part 2, it would probably be a lot more difficult for me to put together my list. So I guess I'm fine. I'm kind of upset that I don't have Vivi in the list either. And I don't have Elma in my list either. That sucks. I think Sakurai's got to go. I'm sorry, Sakurai. I got to put Elma in the list. There. I'm done. Yeah, I think I'm done. So I have Number 5, I have Tokoko from Hike Story. Like I said before, it's more so not so much like waifu material. It's just, I mean, she is waifu to material, but it's more just she's a really strong female character, and I loved her story so much. I can't ignore her. Like I said, probably easily one of the best female characters of this year, just on writing alone. But going on from there, we have number 4. I have Elma from Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid. She's always my favorite character from that show. She'll always remain my favorite character of that show. Yuzuki from Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale. She's literally, again, technically waifu. But she's just heartwarming. Just a great soul overall. And then, of course, we get into number 2 and number 1, which I'm sorry, this is probably going to be a contentious thing. And I knew it was going to be contentious, but my number 2, I'm going to give Jobless Reincarnation Eris, which again, I love Eris, and she definitely was, her developments in this, especially the second part, was fantastic. But Roxy will always remain my first love of Jobless Reincarnation, and so she goes to my number 1. I love Roxy to death. Again, she was my first love of that show. She always remained my first love of that show. She's got just a great personality. She's got a little bit of goofiness in there, kind of stuck in herself, trying to get, find a way out there. Nice having Rudy kind of at least change her perspective a little bit, but she's always trying hard, and I love her character. I loved her backstory too, and she's just adorable. Plus the third arm. The third arm. Did you get it?
I hope so.
Ooh,
Don't ask me in 5 minutes.
No, Edis. Somebody's going to get in trouble.
Well, just because there's not enough room.
There's no room. At least you got Roxy.
I've got Yuzuki from Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale. Absolutely. I'm doing backwards again. I'm sorry. Just pretend you didn't hear that. Number 5.
Trust us. We think that we never heard that.
Number 5, I've got Beatrice from ReZero. Absolutely love Byako. She's always been one of my favorite characters in that show, and to finally get some actual resolve with her in the more recent season just absolutely was fantastic. Number 4, I've got Catherine from All Routes Lead to Doom. God. Anyway, yeah, that show. Love
That show.
I love her to death. She's the like Andrew points out every once in a while, the for Demon Slayer, the good boy. To me, Catherine is just this good girl, and she just deserves all the credit in the world for the things that she does, because she is just an honestly good character. My next is Alice. Absolutely love her. She's I absolutely love the interplay that she does with Duke, and she's one of those characters that, while she is this teasing type character, she actually does have a heart of gold. Choosing this person that to give herself to, somebody who literally, unless they have some kind of a miracle and fix this problem with Duke, she literally will never be with him. And this is one of those things that actually adds kind of an interesting twist to their relationship, that I do really truly love the fact that she stays with him through thick and thin. Him being at his darkest point, dragging him out of that is one of those things that I absolutely love this, and it goes with Yuzuki in a little bit when I get to her. Of course,
spoiler. We're forgetting that you said that.
Oh yeah, right. That's true. Next one I've got is Roxy from Jobless Reincarnation. I love Roxy. Absolutely love her. Her kind of the putting up with with Rudy for all of his flaws, putting up with him and still liking him, and teaching him, and then in later on when you get into more of her backstory and finding out why she left her home and all of that stuff, and still being able to just kind of pull herself together and keep pushing forward. And I can't wait to see more of her story, on all honesty. And like I said earlier, even though you technically have forgotten, my number 1 for this year is going to be easily Yuzuki from Taisho Otomi Fairy Tail. Absolutely love this girl. A character who, like I had mentioned with Duke of Death and Alice, a character who can stare basically somebody who's gone into the pits of darkness and see something there that's worth keeping, and just putting their all into helping that person recover, and just staying there through thick and thin. I love characters like that. And so yeah, Yuzuki, absolutely fantastic. She is the quintessential perfect waifu in every way, shape, or form. And yeah, love her.
I forgot one. We both forgot one.
Did we?
Hilda, Edis's mom. Solely for the sake that she taught Edis the best quote ever, which is, "Give me some kittens, yeah." Anyways, let's go on to Best Boy, which this is honestly going to be one of those ones that's more aimed towards characters you just see that they're really well developed, because obviously there's some cases, like obviously Tatsu of Way of the House Husband, that makes me question things, but for the most part it's about character, not so much hotness or anything. But yeah, I have in a short list of nominations as Senku from Dr. Stone. I think he's technically the reason why most people watch that show. He just has that, he's just a very unique character. He's got a weird charisma about himself and his knowledge. Unfortunately, Dr. Stone Stone Wars didn't seem to be in many of our lists, because I think it's just kind of an oddball, honestly. But Horimiya, I have Miyamura, which obviously is the male lead of that show. Seemed pretty cool. ReZero second season part 2, I have Beetlejuice because that happened. Otto, best carriage riding boy, and Garf. Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, Rudy. I also put Richard on there as well. Beast Stars, I got Legoshi and Lewis. Odd Taxi, Otakawa. To Your Eternity, I have Fushi on there. The Case Study of Vanitas, obviously Vanitas and Noe. The Irina, the Vampire Cosmonaut, Lev. Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale, Tamahiko. And then I have, last one I have on here is obviously Veldora from that time I got reincarnated as a slime because best bro, easily. So yeah, my list, I think I've chosen, I don't know, I'm thinking of putting Veldora on there because best bro, but yeah, number 5, I have Vanitas from the Case Study of Vanitas. He just reminds me so much of, like he embodies Noragami. Like I said, I struggled so long assuming there was some sort of connection between the Case Study of Vanitas and Noragami, but apparently there's nothing. But it just feels like he's just Yato through and through. So I get that same vibes from his character. Number 4, I have Garf from ReZero. Again, best bro. I didn't think I'd like him at first, but just what they did with this character, he's just so cool. I love him in the end. Odd Taxi, I have Otakawa, which again, at the end, I think he was just a character that very mysterious at first, but later on, the stuff that he kind of goes through and what he does was really fantastic. So, Tatsu from The Way of the House Husband because of Kenjiro Suda, obviously. Very, very husbando for me. And then my number 1, obviously, Rudy from Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. Fight me. It's just he's a flawed character, and I love flawed characters. Going through all the stuff that he's going through, despite the fact that he does certain things that not everybody can agree on, makes him flawed, and to see his growth over the last 2 cores was just phenomenal. Easily one of the best written characters I've ever seen in anime, and I cannot wait to see where it goes from here.
Yeah, I have Rudy down in my list for pretty much every one of the reasons that Andrea has pointed out. The growth that he's gone through since the beginning of the show.
Did you put it in your list backwards so that you read from the top down and then you still read from the bottom up?
No, I'm going from the bottom up.
Rudy is number 5 under Oto.
Whew. Well, I don't know that I don't necessarily know that my order is necessarily right. I just put everything
just
together,
put everything
and
there.
I just wanted to continue.
I'm like, dang, all these characters are better than Rudy. That's crazy.
I've got Duke in here. Duke is an interesting character. Book-chan, yeah. I like him in a lot of ways, mostly because of how much he is. I don't know how to explain this. His restraint, number 1, is phenomenal. But there's also another aspect to him in his recognizing the treasures that he has in front of him. And while he was a little bit ignorant at first of what he truly valued, he slowly started to become more and more aware of how much he does actually value the people that are around him. And I think that is a very admirable thing that they have written into the storyline that they have going on with Duke of Death.
You know who's a better character in Duke of Death?
Huh?
You know who's a better character than Book-chan in Duke of Death?
Who's that?
Rob the Butler.
Yeah.
He's literally the guy from Ajin. Comes to that window with a hatchet in his hand.
In very similar terms, I've also got Tamahiko from Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale. Very similar situation. Not exactly the same situation. Obviously, he's allowed to touch, but he is one of those characters that does actually...
You hear that, Tamahiko? You got the green light from Chris. Touch.
He is one of those characters who does actually... go through a process of growth and learning to value those that are around him, and learns to love when he comes from a place where he did not really have a lot of love to be able to return in any way, shape, or form.
Did I tell you the pinnacle scene in Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale? It was the New Year. It was the moment. Do you remember they had the point where something happened and then the gong went off for the New Year's?
Yeah.
Did I tell you that went off right when I was watching the show on New Year's Eve and the fireworks started shooting off? I checked the clock and it was New Year's, and the gong went off on the show.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, no way, that just happened. I meant to say that during our review. I was like blown away that happened.
Next I've got is...
Lev from Irina the Vampire Cosmonaut?
Lev from Irina. I really got to write the
I'm like, who's
show.
Lev?
Lev from Irina, the Cosmonaut. I really do love how Lev took what he went through to maintain his position, and at the same time, how much he was willing to sacrifice for Irina. And this is one of those things of, yes, his being able to maintain his position was a very, very difficult place that he was in, because all the things that he was doing for Irina always put him in jeopardy. And this is something that is a thing that you, as you're watching through the show, you can see, if you care to notice, the weight behind the things that he is doing and what he is doing for her. And it's something that I did really walk away really enjoying him as a character for what he went through. And then my ultimate, it's not my ultimate, it's just ultimate. One of my favorite characters from ReZero that came out of this last season was Otto. A character who you don't realize, apparently he knows a lot more than he's ever let on about. And so I've really enjoyed that, that he kind of came out of nowhere as a character who, number one, had some powers that we didn't realize he had. Number two, that, like I said, he let on, he knew a lot more than he was letting on, and kind of confronted Subaru and said, look, use me to help you in this situation, because you are obviously not making it. Whatever it is that you're having a hard time with, I'm here. I'm your friend.
Help me. Help you.
Me. Yeah, help me help you.
The next list sucks. So yeah, obviously not all characters can be waifus. Some cases they are just cute characters whose smile you wish to protect. Those adorable characters that you just want to be happy. And I have in the nomination short list Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, Aisha. I guess you can put Norn there as well if she impacted enough on you. I don't think we've really got to spend enough time with Norn, but you could still say that. Wonder Egg Priority, I have Ioto. Nanan Biori, I have Renge. Higehiro, I have Sayu. 86, I have Frederica. Shadow House, I have Emiliko. Super Cub, I have Kagumi and Shi. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S, I have Kana. Sakugan, I have Miminpu, and I also have the Hike story Biwa. So let's be honest, they all must be protected. So, but unfortunately, we can only fit 5 into a list. So I'm sitting on like 7. So this kind of sucks. I think I'm just gonna drop off of Miliko. As much as Miliko is like a bright sunshine in Shadow House, and literally one of the reasons why I love that show so much, I think she unfortunately has to drop off. I think she's protected enough. I think she's old enough to protect herself. So I have, I don't know if this is in order that I want it. I guess it is pretty much. Yeah, I guess it's pretty much in order. At number 5, Kana from Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid. She's just adorable. I guess technically you can claim that she's not really... I mean, she's taking on the form of a young child. I'm not making the vampire 1,000-year-old comment. I'm just saying that's what she's doing. And if the storyline is... Based on what the storyline says in Dragon S, she technically is taking on both the mentality and the maturity of a child. So she is a child. So, Kana must be protected. She's absolutely adorable. Number 4, I have Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. I have Aisha, because her episode was fantastic. She was like such an awesome little sister character. Loved her basically putting on airs, and then later on you kind of realizing that she's a lot smarter than you think she is. She was fantastic. Love her. Number 3, I have Renge from Nanan Biori Nonstop. She is just an absolute bundle of love. I think that she is... I think... of all time, probably like the best, little girl character that you just want to protect, the smile that you want to protect. And it was to the point that, yeah, we had a couple scenes, I think, especially in the last season before Nonstop, having her tearful was like, that just wrecked my day. Seeing Renge cry was like, that just ruined my entire week, maybe my entire year. Number 2, I have Ioto. Again, I love her character design. She's super pure. I love that it sucks that she kind of went through what she went through. To kind of see her kind of come out of that shell was fantastic. The change that she makes in other people's lives was seemingly not like she was going out of her way to do it, just being there for certain people. She's a treasure. And then I have number 1, I have them both on the same line, but yeah, Koguma probably for Super Cub. She was also fantastic, but I think it comes down to Koguma as much as I love she as well. So she just, every time she smiled on that show, it just brightened my day. Again, a smile that must be protected. Chris, did you get it? You have 4. Are you still debating on last
I gotta get her name.
Oh, you have to look up something.
Yes.
Bad Chris for not being prepared. Bad Chris. Everybody shame Chris. Point at your speakers and say shame Chris. Because he's not prepared.
I'm surprised you didn't put her down too. So
probably because I forgot, because I had to put it in 50 million entries into this outline. Like I said, I'm gonna miss 1 or 2 things. Yeah, I don't think I really talked much about Sayu, but I just, like I said before, I guess I've talked about it in one of our other categories, but she's definitely in that category of just like want to protect, because it just sucks to kind of hear what she went through. And again, that expectations that she already has. And again, my respect to the main character for not really playing into it, but it just sucks. Do you want to let me know and I can tell you, or are you just going to try to look it up?
It's the new girl that was added in Nananbiori.
Oh, no, she wouldn't be on my list. You can't find her? Are you looking up Nananbiori Nonstop? Because she was only in Nonstop. Shiori. I didn't play much with her to add her to my list, so there you go. Shiori. The one with Tama's voice?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so I've got, of course, like Andrew was saying, Nananbiori, I've got Renjei and Shiori. I absolutely love these two. I one of the biggest scenes for me this season was of course, the introduction of Shiori and getting kind of the Nyanpasu, but with Tama, and I absolutely loved it. I recorded it, sent it to Andrew. I was so happy about that.
I think the fun thing about those two was just having that aspect of Renge finally being the big
Having
sister.
A friend. Yeah.
No, it's not the friend thing, just being the big sister. So she's constantly like, Shiori falls asleep and she's like, I have it. She picks her up and takes her to the bed. Like she's so excited, and like having that aspect of Shiori asking her all these questions about things and Renge acting like she's smart and she can answer them all, and she's talking about velocity and planets and stuff like that and centrifugal force, and she's yeah, I know that. It's this, and this. And she's like, well, what about this? I don't know. Just having those moments where it just kind of breaks past her ability.
And then, of course, on Dragon Maid, of course, I've got Kana. Absolutely adore her. Now, a character that's probably not expected from me. I absolutely love Frederica from 86. She is a character that I've talked about it several times. The Goddess of Victory. I absolutely love her. She I've complained about how hard it was to get to the point where I could actually praise her, but having been able to watch her and see the story that was surrounding her, I'm absolutely I love her. I think that she is an absolute treasure in that show. And then of course in Super Cub, I want to point out all the girls, but if in particular, I really did love the main character, She, right?
Huh?
She, right?
She was the girl from the coffee place.
That was the coffee. Well, okay, then Koguma.
Koguma was the main character.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely love her. Andrew has pointed out the smile, and I can't disagree less or I can't disagree at all.
I can't agree more.
I can't agree more. There's something to be said about her, just the way her smile just lights up, and you just have this kind of almost a tear-jerky moment of just watching her, and as she smiles, you tend to start smiling. I've pointed this out with several other shows where there's something to be said about a good smile on a character, and this is one of those that is just an absolute joy to see her smile.
All right, Chris. So the question is, why is the following characters not in your list? Typhon from ReZero second season, part 2. Serara from Log Horizon Destruction of the Round Table. Let's see what else. Rim from the Dungeon of Black Company. Why are these characters not in your list? They're all Tama.
I agree. Serara, it definitely should be in my list.
Or Pelops too from Godzilla.
And I would love to put Tama from ReZero, but I haven't had enough of her.
Yeah, she literally shows up for like 2 seconds. Anyways, I like to make fun of Chris like that. Let's see here. We have most OP character. I have in the short list Rimuru from Slime. Both Rudy and Orsted from Mushoku Tensei, Selma Spider Subwhat Kumiko, Adam from Record of Ragnarok, Toru and Elma from Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S, Ryo from Spirit Chronicles, Makoto from Moonlit Fantasy Tsukimichi, and then Rin from the Eden Deities No Only Peace. And you can add whatever I may have missed, but yeah, I guess for Rimuru's situation, obviously, he just recently became a much more higher status. I guess I'll just put that without being super spoilery, but I think it's always been a character that most people kind of see as being the OP character in an isekai, obviously. But no, I think nothing really... I think out of this entire list, the one that really is throwing me off a lot is probably Orsted. There was something about that entire encounter where it's like, this is not something I ever want to see in the show again. I never want to see this character ever again, especially all the conversations following that. But yeah, I think obviously Kumiko is like an infinitely evolving character. Again, I guess that's technically the same thing as the Fruit of Evolution guy.
It is one of those things. It's like while they're technically yes, they are OP in a lot of cases. It's like, it's not like Oni-chan from freaking Honor at Magic High. It's not like him where it's just like, okay, god power, period. And they're a lot of these characters are in a lot of cases like, yeah, the argument could be made for Rimuru. Worst case scenario, he just absorbs everything. I'm okay. Yeah. But when it comes down to it, if they're written well, and I think that to a certain extent, both the Rimuru and Kumiko, both are, while there's flaws in their writing in other ways, that those two seem to be written in such a way that it always feels like there's a weight to each situation that they come in conflict with. It's not just automatically use trump card. It feels like they're trying to at least give a weight to every situation they go into.
Yeah, I think my list is pretty solid. I'd give it number 5. I'll give it to Rimuru. Again, kind of like you mentioned before, he kind of just absorbs a lot of things and becomes stronger in that regard. But he is kind of in a realm of like, he's not. It never really seems like he can just blast and destroy an entire planet. And I think that's where my scaling's going based on right now, because of obviously a certain character in my list. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, Toru, and Elma. Or I'd probably put I don't know. Did we get a definitive who is the best? I think it kind of just leans towards Toru.
Yeah, it kind of just leans towards.
I think everything kind of leans towards Toru. But she's like super powerful. But Elma's cuter, so it's fine. Number 3, I have Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy Makoto. I think it really comes around the fact that when I realized that him just trying to aim and shoot at something, he was killing himself over and over again and becoming reincarnated more powerful. I was like, this dude is like scary infinite. So there ain't no telling how powerful he can actually get. So I'm going to put him in 3. Number 2, I have Rin from Edith and Deity's Lonely Peace. She's technically a quote-unquote god, but I don't think we've even seen a fraction of her power. She's like insanely unmatchable. It was kind of one of those things watching that show. I'm like, when are they going to remove this girl from the picture? Because it seems like nothing that she comes up against is ever going to bother her. She's like, she trained herself for thousands of years just standing in lava and stuff. It's just, yeah, chick's tough. And then I have, yes, number 1 is Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation Orsted, because I don't ever want to see him again. Never. I don't want to see him again. So, did you make a list?
I'm not much different than yours, so.
Ah, there you go. Villain. I wanted to do this category because I feel like a certain somebody is getting snubbed out of the a certain other awards ceremony. So, as much as I tried to get a certain character in the list, but there's a lot of interesting villains last year, honestly. But in my short list, I have Promised Neverland, Isabella. Again, that she's the quote-unquote mama character. That time I got reincarnated as a slime, 2nd season. I have Hinata and Clayman, because Clayman's a big piece of garbage. Oh, also, there's the villain of slime named Meetings. ReZero, 2nd season. I have Rosewall, Echidna, Pandora. Holy crap, she was terrifying too. And Elsa. Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation, Orsted. The Quintessential Quintuplets 2, Ichika, because I hate her. Wonder Egg Priority. Frill. Wonder Egg Priority, I have Frill in there. Absolutely terrifying antagonist character, honestly. Her episode was, yeah. Anyways. Jujutsu Kaisen, I have Sukuna, who of course is the demon that he brought into himself, the main character. 86, we have Kiri. Shadow House, I have Eduardo. Odd Taxi, I have Yano, Hajime, and Dobu. The Eden Deity's Lonely Peace, I have Miku. And the last one I have is the Faraway Paladin, both Stagnant and the Mad King. I think you call him the Mad King, something like that. The big evil guy from 200 years ago. So yeah, again, you can argue that I'm only focusing so much on this category for one character. So that's an easy for my number 1. I'll get that in a minute. I think I'm going to go Orsted also. And it's funny because we don't even get too much of him. I mean, we get some context surrounding him, but put him up here if you want to even... some might argue he's not an antagonist, or villain. What else? I have 1, 2, 3. I almost want to put Ichika up there because I hate her so much. Chris needs to watch the 2nd season so we can talk about that.
What's that?
Just a character from Quintessential Quintuplets 2 doing something that made Andrew extremely angry. And I don't see her redeemable ever. And there's some people that claim that she's redeemable. She's not redeemable in my eyes. That was outside of Andrew's bounds of allowance. I definitely want to put Echidna up there. I loved what they did with her. I
don't know. I'm leaning towards Pandora. I thought that
she was terrifying, but yeah, I think Echidna was better written. But we haven't messed with Pandora much.
Yeah,
we get one scene.
Pandora
Pandora
had a lot more weight behind what was going on with her, and that's the thing that I'm
she was terrifying. Echidna was manipulative.
That's like Kiri. Kiri is one of those where I hate Kiri. I want to just I that he made my girl cry, and that made me mad. So yeah. I'm not happy.
I argue she made him cry first.
No, she did not.
She allowed herself to be quote unquote captured. No, they knock her out. No, I think they just hid her away and took her cloak out.
Yeah.
And she abandoned him. So that's her fault. It's her fault. Everything's her fault. Do I have anything else? I think I'm going to end up putting Ichika on my list. because I don't know what else to put in here. I guess I could do both Pandora and Echidna. That'll work. I've said my piece about Ichika. I will focus on even Rosewall was there was literally there was 5 solid villains in ReZero Second Season Part 2. Rosewall, Echidna, Pandora, Elsa, and then the Tamer girl, which I don't remember her name is. Just a lot of good villains in that entire segment.
Good feeling okay, those names and good feelings are not in the same category for me.
Well, if you heard me saying good feelings and not good villains, I guess.
Oh, I thought you said good feelings. Confusing. I'm sorry. I was like, wow, okay, that's an odd one. I guess.
Why did I put Rosewall up there? Whatever. Just do that. So I have do I have it in good order? I guess. No, I think I'll put Sukuna down the bottom. Yeah, I think I'll do that. So I have number 5 as Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen. I think what sold me on him so much is, yeah, obviously that whole aspect of him fighting for control over the body was a thing. But there was that one scene where this guy literally captures, what the heck is his name? I keep forgetting his name. Jujutsu Kaisen. One of the bad guys captures Yuji, and captures him in his, like, what they call them, the little zones or whatever, of dominance. And Sukuna says something like, if you get in here again, I'm going to kill you. And sure enough, the guy does it again, and he just completely it has that whole perspective of him up on this, like, throne thing looking down on him. And is that sheer dominance it kind of represents, and that look on his face was like, holy crap, this guy is like... Again, it's a struggle to say if he's a villain or not, because yes, there's the aspect of he can eventually take over Yuji's body, but at the same time, you kind of assume that eventually it's going to be this coexistence of they kind of hate each other, but they have to use each other kind of thing. Partners through other means than their own decision. But he's really a solid villain character if they can kind of keep that balance of he's still a threat, but he's not currently kind of thing. So, yeah, I like him. For my number 4, let me think. I'll put Pandora number 4. And like I said, that's mainly around the fact that just that one episode, I think it was just one episode. It might have been possibly 2 episodes, but that whole scene with her first showing up in that backstory was like, again, it's kind of similar to Orsted, where it's like this is a scary, dangerous person. Like, you just know this is a dangerous person. And just have, like, this really loud guy that's obviously really powerful as well, stomping around, and then she's literally like, stop. And he's like, he's not listening, and then suddenly she's like, okay, you're going to go somewhere else. And he just disappears, and everything gets repaired. Like, she literally erased the fact that he was there. It was like, because, and to explain to people how this works, is essentially there's this guy there along with her. And he's causing havoc. He's attacking these 2 people, and you can see, like, just craters everywhere. The fact that she told him to stop and he didn't listen, her ability, which it's implying her ability is at this point, is that she can erase that he was even there. She says, oh no, you're with some people over here. And it not only removes him from this area, it removes the fact that he existed there. Like, the craters disappear. That's how powerful they're implying she is that she can rewrite current existence. And that was like, this chick is dangerous. And they pulled that off so well. Like, the way they portrayed that scene and how that scene instantly changed the frame from one point to the other was fantastic. So, yeah. For my number 3, again, I would put Echidna up there. And I think this is really great because it seemed like she was a flirt. Like, she was messing around with Subaru at the very beginning, just casually talking with him, at some point showing interest in Subaru. But then having that point later on where you realize, along with Subaru, that she has a goal in mind and she's wanting to use him. And then you realizing really quickly, oh yeah, by the way, she's still a witch. She still has her own desires that she wants, she's not doing this for Subaru's sake. Even though it kind of makes it out as if she's always been helping him. No, she wants something out of this. She wants to use him. And I thought that was really, again, just a fantastic villain character, if you want to call her a villain character. I think she's a villain character. Number 2, I have Orsted, again, for reasons that I've already mentioned before. Just the moment that Rudy opened his mouth, I'm like, shut up. I think everybody echoes this. Everybody at that point was like, Rudy, shut up, dude. Shut up. Anyways. And then, yeah, my number 1, I have, again, the whole reason for this list is Miku from the Eden Deities No Only Peace. She is literally everything that I expect out of a demon. She does everything to no apology. She's literally a cockroach. Like, she won't die. This is a bad guy that no matter what the stakes are, she is not going to die. She will crawl out from underneath that shoe. She's diabolical. She's evil through and through. She obviously does a lot of things that most people would obviously question because she is a demon and she only thinks about her own survival. And she is extremely crafty. She's very smart, and that's what makes her extremely dangerous. And that was the whole point of her character. And yeah, she's easily the best villain of last year and probably many years before then. So yeah, awesome character. Chris.
I'm pretty much in agreement. I would just put Kitty on there, like I'd mentioned earlier. I think that Kitty had a lot of Kitty had a lot of weight to a lot of the things that were involved with him. Like Andrew had said, there's a lot of cases where you have those characters that you just want them to have a weight to them being on the screen. So when your characters eventually walk up to them and say, I have to face you to end this, you want there to be a weight in that situation. And Kitty does capture that in a lot of cases. The emotional ties that he has to Frederica, and even in the prior core when we were talking about Shin's brother, that character I think was well set up as well. There was an emotional weight to that confrontation. So,
yep. Next category is best couple. Again, mainly kind of centered around the fact that we actually had couples in anime last year. We could actually fill out this list pretty decently, so enough that it's going to be probably difficult. So I think I'm already maxed out. I think I'm good.
Well, you already pointed out like every one of them, like, couples. It's like, well, what's even the point of me looking at the group? You got them all up there.
Well, the only one I'm sad I'm going to be missing is Doki and Doki. Ganbare Doki-chan, but that's fine. It was a short. It's hard to put it above other stuff. I think I'd want to reorganize
that's a little bit. That's just cheating.
Yeah, all four
of them,
5 of them possibly towards the later part. I'd probably put that up there. Yeah, this is hard to order them. I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I have, for my best couples, at number 5, Saint's Magic Powers Omnipotent. I have Sei and Albert. They were just cute together. I think, like I said, I want another season so bad because I know they're starting to develop that a lot. But they were already cute, just from the few kind of moments that we got of them being alone together for once. Number 4, I have Senpai as annoying. I have Igarashi and Takeda. Just, it's all about contrast there. You know, the big, huge, burling, loud guy and the kind of timid, not really timid, but short, but having a little bit of a complex issue there was really, really adorable. Love the whole debilitating sickness episode for both of them was great. Number 3, I have Sakurai and Kazuma. Kazuma not realizing that she likes him, not feeling like he is good enough for her. At the same time, Sakurai, being interested in him because of what he's done for her and kind of stepping in and helping her out with a lot of situations. That the insecurities you can obviously see from her past, they're just way cute together. And like I said before, Sakurai is absolute waifu material. She's way adorable. Number 2, I have Bok-chan and Alice from Duke of Death and His Maid. They're just way too cute. Alice's kind of teasing nature and her devotion to him, despite the fact that he's deadly to touch, obviously, and his fears of harming her, despite the fact that he loves her as well, was just way cute. And then, yeah, my number one I have is Iyashikei and Tamahiko from Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale. The two of them deserve each other. Again, I've mentioned it already before. They've gone through crap before, and just to see them going through all that stuff and coming together and warming each other up was priceless. So
yeah, I agree a lot with a lot of these. In a lot of cases, like I've already drug a lot of these characters out in a lot of other cases. So I would just be repeating a lot of it. I agree. In Saint's Power, I absolutely love those two characters together. They were absolutely a treat to see her basically break the ice, and then ultimately him and his constant just surprising her over and over and over again was an absolute treat to watch. With Senpai is annoying. Like I had mentioned, all three quote unquote couples, if you want to call them that, were absolutely fantastic. From Takeda and Igarashi, they just, like I said before, the oh, isn't that cute type thing moments all over the place. Like Andrew had mentioned, the Sakurai and Kazuma and their Kazuma not really accepting her affections, but when it comes down to it, they're really sweet together. Duke of Death, like I had mentioned earlier, I absolutely love the fact of the both the protecting the treasure and at the same time wanting to grasp onto it tightly, but yet can't. And like we had mentioned before with Atomi Fairy Tale, the absolute joy of watching the person in the pits of despair being dragged out through just pure love. All of them are excellent choices, and I agree wholeheartedly.
All right. That comes down to the final categories. We're going to go through all the seasons and then finally hit on the best of the year.
We're on the home stretch.
Winter. The best show of winter. The shows that I have listed down that we had watched is The Promised Neverland second season, Dr. Stone, Horimiya, That Time I Got Reincarnated as Slime, ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, part 1 technically, Quintessential Quintuple. Look at it sneaks itself in by splitting the season. How crafty was that? They chose to do that for that reason. Quintuplets 2, Wonder Egg Priority, Cells at Work, Kimono Jaihin, bottom tier character, Cells at Work, Code Black, and Season 2. The Hidden Dungeon Only I Can Enter, Layback Camp 2, Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, Idly Pride, Suppose a Kid from Last Dungeon Boonies, Nana Biori Nonstop, Geki Doll, Heaven's Design Team, The Way of the House Husband, Skate, Infinity, Lock Horizon third season, show by Rockstars, Azur Lane, Saw My Spider So What, which that would be season 1 or core 1, so that would probably be in spring, not the first one here, so delete. Jujutsu Kaisen, Higurashi When They Cry New, and then Beastar's second season. So I went ahead and put Beastar's second season right there, even though I think it technically aired for us in spring, so that's fine. I think that works out because I think spring was deadly. Spring was deadly. All right, so let's see. Oh, no, worry. Nabbit. I thought I was good, and I'm not. Yeah, I think I'm going to have 6. No, 7. My short list is Mushoku Tensei, ReZero, Wonder Egg Priority, Beastars 2, Nanambiori, Nonstop, Higurashi When They Cry New, and Horimiya. I think I'm just going to drop off the last 2.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and Jobless Reincarnation, I'm going to put it on winter. Just cheat and use it as a completed.
Yeah, I'm going to put, yeah, I'm good. Boom.
I mean, it's going to be more of a pain in the butt in winter. I know it is, because that's when the season started getting stronger, so.
So I have my number 5, Beastar's second season. Was a phenomenal second season for it. Luis, oh my gosh, his story blew me away. Now, I struggled a little bit with Legoshi's story because it had this whole aspect of him doing this quote-unquote training montage. But I think the concept behind it was really cool. And it came to a really solid climax to the story. I cannot wait for the final season. They just continue to get better and better with the CGI and portraying these characters. And I think one of those aspects that I love so much is how it portrays that switch of instincts versus, keeping yourself in check. The way they portray that is just, I just love it. Like, it is that whole aspect of you assuming this is a human world they're living in, but they're all obviously beast people. And then having that element of instincts that they cannot control. It's just so well done. Moving on to my number 4, I have Non-Biori Nonstop. I just cherish that series so much. Enough that I have still not watched the movie. I have it bought. And I'm just saving it for that time that I just need it. And I'm rationing it. Like, it's not over yet for me because I have the movie still to watch. I love it to death. Just great characters, great comedy points, great heartwarming points. Every scene with Candy Store and Renge is just priceless. Just love it to death. Number 3, ReZero, second season, part 2. Again, more revealing of secrets while creating more questions. Just the world itself is so fascinating to me. I love it to death. It's just a great series. I hope we get more. Number 2, Wonder Egg Priority. Again, this is putting this in this list in the specification that I don't like the finale, but if you just take the finale out of the picture, the rest of it's just perfect. It's just, I love it to death. Great storytelling, heartbreaking as hell because obviously the subject matter it's dealing with is heartbreaking, but the way they develop the characters themselves are fantastic. So, and a great animation as well. And then of course, number 1, no shock to anybody, Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. Technically, this is part 1. Just again, perfection. It's perfection. So,
yeah, Jobless Reincarnation. I'm cheating by putting it all in one spot so that I get at least one more slot over here. And I know that I'm going to regret this decision later, but for right now, I've got bottom tier character Tomazaki-san. This
Tomazaki-san.
Tomazaki Kun. It had a couple of very fantastic character moments. Wasn't the greatest of all time, but it definitely had a few great drama points that does definitely edge out quite a few of the other shows in this list. Next, I've got Laid Back Camp. Love the real chill nature of this show and just enjoying yourself with these girls as they just go camping. It's a real simple concept. As Andrew had mentioned earlier, Non-Biori Nonstop. Love the character moments in the show. Absolutely love the comedy, the more low-key nature of the show. Great show all around. We've mentioned it several times already, but Horimiya has an excellent romance, more low-key characters, great, more mature comedy. Just love it in general. And then my number 1 of the season is going to be ReZero, second season, part 2. So, yeah, love it.
Moving on to spring. This is where things get real bad. Spring was just packed. Absolutely packed. So our list of shows watched: Nagatoro, Higehiro, Tokyo Revengers, Demon Lord, How Not Simon Demon Lord, 86, Killing Slimes 300 Years, Slime Diaries, Combatants, Zombieland Saga, Vivi Fluorite, Ice Song, Osamake, Godzilla Singular Point, Welcome Demon School, Irmakun, Shadow House, Full Dive, Dyna Zenon, Pretty Boy Detective, Super Cub, Saints Magic Power, Odd Taxi, Dragon Goes House Hunting, Battle Athletes Victory Restart, Let's Make a Mug 2, Mini Dragon, Koi Chemo, Eden, Record Ragnarok, and Soma Spider So What. My short list, I have it down to, was that 7? 8? 8. Odd Taxi 86, Vivi, Shadow House, Super Cubs, Saint Magic Power, Zombieland, and Don't Toy With Me, Miss Nagatoro. Oh, this is rough. This is absolutely rough. And this is where, again, it kind of goes in that element of like storytelling versus just pure entertainment. Because like Super Cub fighting against things like Odd Taxi and stuff really irritates me. I think I'm good with doing that, though. This is where I want to go with your whole Mushoku Tensei thing and say 86 goes later.
I'm gonna do it.
I can't.
Like I said, it's going to be a pain in the butt when that actually comes around. Trust me, you're gonna hate it anyway because you're gonna end up putting 86 against.
Yeah, I have to do 86 later either way.
Yeah,
and I want to keep consistent. I've always done split cores that way, so it's just I got to deal with it. I think I'm good. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to drop Saint's Magic Powers, Omnipotent, Zombieland, and Don't Toy With Me and Nagatoro. As much as I love them, they've gotten their recognition. They unfortunately cannot face up against my 5. I think it's in order how I want it. No, I'd probably take Vivi down to here, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. Number 5, I have Vivi Fluorite Ice Song. Just, again, really cool little sci-fi, quote-unquote, time travel, save the world kind of concept. Again, a little bit of a letdown on the ending, but the rest of it was phenomenal. Great action pieces. Number 4, Shadow House. Again, it's an onion you're slowly peeling away. Such great mystery, great characters, just great theme, great setting, great visuals. Number 3, I have 86, Part 1, technically. Again, I think it's just got some great storytelling there about the world they're in, the crap they're dealing with. A lot of very tragic feeling of, again, that subjugation of a group of people. Again, acknowledging the idea of somebody wanting to help, but just not being able to help. It's just a really solid story. Number 2, I have Super Cub. Again, this was my sugar every single week. I love seeing this girl smile. I wanted her to be happy every single episode. And the joy the series brought to me was just unmatched by anything else. I absolutely love it to death. And then my number 1, I have Odd Taxi, again, for all the mentions that I've done before. That is just a fantastic storytelling that is barely ever matched by any other. So,
all right. Go. For my number 5, I've got Full Dive, this ultimate next-gen Full Dive RPG.
Chris, I'm going to smack you. You're not my brother.
I actually, strangely enough, liked the show. It was
emphasis on strangely enough.
Why I liked it so much, I don't know. I
would be happy if you went Pretty Boy Detective Club.
But it is what it is. I liked it. I was very surprised.
Mini Dragon in its place. There you go, Mini Dragon. But you like Mini Dragon more.
Yeah. I love Mini Tora. It's one of those that I strangely enough loved it.
Welcome to Demon School Iramu-kun. You love that series.
Yes, I do love that series.
Dragon goes house hunting.
No.
Come on, Chris. Soma Spider, so what? Sorry.
Do you really want me to put Spider up there?
I would take it over Full Dive.
I liked it. It's a strange show, and I actually liked it. It's just a weird thing. Chris is weird, and Chris likes weird stuff. So
I like the horror stuff it got into later.
My next one on number 4, I've got Saint's Magic Powers Omnipotent. Like we've said before, a fantastic story, really well written, really like the way it worked out. Nagatoro, absolutely adore Nagatoro, and I really love the puppy love between the two of them that blossoms over time. I've also got Shadow House. Like I said before, really did go into it more for its artistic style. Ended up coming out with a fantastic storyline, and that's one that I really want to see more of. And then my number 1 is easily Super Cub of this season.
The Super Cub of the season? Super Cub.
The Super Cub of the season.
The Super Cub of the season, Super Cub. All right. Summer's going to be a little bit tough as well, but I don't think too bad. We have nominations that we watched. Slime Part 2, Season 2, Part 2. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S. Detective is Already Dead. The Case Study of Vanitas. Girlfriend. How a Realist Hero. Remake Our Life. My Next Life as a Villainous. Sunny Boy. Riverside. Peach Boy Riverside, Spirit Chronicles, Duke of Death and His Maid, Tsukimichi, Remain, Life Lessons of Uramichi Eunice. Oh, no, it's not. Did you watch that one?
No.
Put that in the list because you might have watched it. So, there you go. Drugstore in Another World, The Dungeon Black Company, I'm Standing on a Million Lives 2, Honor Magic High, Higurashi When They Cry Sotsu, The Eating Deities Know Only Peace, Love Life Superstar, Kikiki Shoujo, Nighthead 2041, Mother of Goddess Dormitory, Tokyo Revengers, To Your Eternity, and Welcome to the Demon School, Irma-kun, second season. I guess you couldn't have done that earlier because that was when it ended. There you go. Dodged a bullet there. Okay, so my short list. Yeah, this is gonna suck. And then that one too. Yeah, this is gonna suck. All right, so I got my short list. My short list is To Your Eternity, The Eating Deities Know Only Peace, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S, Case Study of Vanitas, Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy, Kakeki Shoujo, Higurashi When They Cry Sotsu, Remain, and Duke of Death and His Maid. I think the only thing that makes this okay for me is that despite the fact that I have so many, some are just kind of unbeatable. So it helps, I guess. No doubt, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid is number one, I think. And here's the thing. Eden Deities, I think, will be under that just because I did not like the ending. The ending is such a... I can't say it's source material bait because the source material is on indefinite hiatus, but Kokyu, who is doing the new manga adaptation of it, hopefully will be continuing it on. But I'm afraid of somebody else technically taking over the gavel from the original creator. Which, again, for those who don't know, the original creator was the one that did Interspecies Reviewers. So I'm hoping that at least she is guiding, or he is guiding Kokyu on where to take Eden Deities, because again, that the ending of it, the anime adaptation, was not a good spot. Just not a good spot. But everything else about the show, I absolutely love. So, and then there's Kageki Shoujo. Shoot, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to drop off To Your Eternity, which mainly because that last arc was just similar to the manga, not a good arc. Really made it leave on a really weak note. But the last episode they had, I think it was an episode or maybe 2 episodes, it does show a lot of promise for the second season, which thankfully is coming, I think, in fall. Higurashi When They Cry Sotsu, as much as I love it, again, its conclusion was really rough for me. Remain, I love it to death. It's got its recognition here. Duke of Death and His Maid, still love it. Unfortunately, it does not beat what's currently in my 5. Which is number 5, Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy. Again, another interesting take on the Isekai genre. Really loving where they're going with it. Essentially, like I said, supposedly the bad guy. Not necessarily that he wants to be the bad guy, but the world itself is making him into the bad guy. Number 4, Case Study of Vanitas. Absolutely loved Noe and Vanitas. They're just an absolute treat. I've kind of equated it to kind of like the buddy cop, where the two of them are stuck to work together, even though they always see things differently, but they kind of work together to get stuff done. They're just an absolute goofball team to follow. Kekeki Shoujo is number 3. Absolutely love the series. It's absolute joy to watch. Loved every single minute of it. I was rooting for the characters. They have great backstories, great developments. Number 2, Eden Deities Know Only Peace. I've kind of talked that one to death. And number 1, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid S. Again, talked it to death, but it's an absolute joy. Love the characters. KyoAni, welcome back. Love you guys. Thank you for creating yet another masterpiece.
For number 5 on my side, I've got Tsukimichi Moonlit Fantasy. Talked it to death, but yeah, same things there. Number 4, I've got Duke of Death and His Maid. Again, love the storyline, love the characters. Number 3, I've got Girlfriend. Like we've said before, just an absolute treat. I was rolling all through the entire show.
Where'd you roll?
I was rolling from one side of the floor to the other side of the floor.
That's how it hurt.
It did hurt.
Hit some things.
It every once in a while I ended up bumping my knees into some the desk here and there, but you know it was worth it because of how funny the show is. Number 2, I've got Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid S. Like Andrew had said, it was nice to see KyoAni back in full form. Absolute treat of a show. Love the storyline, love the characters, got some great drama moments out of this season, and yeah, loved it to death. And then my number 1, I've got Kageki Shoujo. Excellent character moments, drama points. Like Andrew was mentioning, the backstories and getting into a lot of that, and how it's written to shape the character as to who they are, and then where they go from there, and as they grow into themselves and into what it is that they want to do in show business and all that. It was a great show. Love it.
All right, fall. This is probably going to be another terrible one to do. And Chris gets to finally suffer. We have, for our watched list, is Mushoku Tensei Komi-san, Tact Opus, Miroko-chan 86, World's Finest Assassin, The Faraway Paladin, Banished from the Hero's Party, My Senpai is Annoying, Irina, Sakugan, The Fruit of Evolution, Taisho Otome, Restaurant to Another World, Selection Project, Mub Love Alternative, Yuki Yuna's a Hero, Rumble Garandal, Blue Period, The Way of the House Husband, The Hike Story, Super Crooks, Can I Make Your Ears Happy in 180 Seconds, Tawawa on Mondays, Kaginado, Let's Make a Mug 2, Gambare Choki-chan, The Great Jahi Will Not Be Defeated, The Akutopa on White Sand, Fina the Pirate Princess. So yeah, that's
I quit.
Fun.
No, I quit. There's just no way. It's impossible.
That takes me down to my short list. I have Mushoku Tensei Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation. We should start saying Jobless Reincarnation. I don't know why I don't say that. Ruko-chan 86, Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale, The Hike Story, Kaginado, The Faraway Paladin, and My Senpai is Annoying. You got one more than me, so I guess I'm doing better than you. But I think that's because you didn't watch the Hike Story. Yep, because the Hike Story, oh, you have Mug too, so. Yeah. And plus you have Komi-san in there, so. Okay, so the first one's easy. This has to be up here. This is the only way that I can do it. Just say these have to. Like, I'm going to die if these do not end up in this list. This has to. One more. And this is the age-old issue that we always face in these lists. It is so hard that you want to give credit to a short, but you value it less because it is a short. Kaginado made me laugh through and through, but it feels like it's less worth it because it was a short. It's literally, what, not even 30 minutes worth of content? Maybe 40 minutes? I don't know. And the Hike Story. I don't know. Hike Story, Kaginado, Faraway Paladin, My Senpai is Annoying. Oh, this sucks. Hike Story had a pretty rough lull in the middle. And that's kind of taken it down a little bit for me. Technically, a Faraway Paladin, again, is extremely slow, but it's still fantastic, of course. I was about to say, your list is getting bigger. Why is your list getting bigger? It's supposed to get shorter, Chris. Senpai is Annoying. Oh, this sucks. This sucks real bad. And I'm also leaving out things like Blue Period and Doki-chan and Jahi.
Yeah, those are that's the thing that I'm already bumping into is
and Irina and Mub Love Alternative.
Is I have to let some of these go, and I don't want to, but I don't see any way around it.
We always talk about doing 10, we never do it, and this is why we suffer. I think I'm gonna do Kaginado. I just love it. It is so good. I'm sorry, Hike Story, Faraway Paladin, and My Senpai is Annoying. I'm done. I don't want to think about it anymore. It's so painful. No. I'm good. I'm sticking with this. It's up here. It's done. It's locked in. I'm gonna lock the cells so I can't change it. I have number 5 is Kaginado. Again, this is basically was created for viewers and fans of key studio properties, and it knocked it out of the park. It took every single one of these characters, grouped them up based on archetypes and tropes, and it made complete and unashamed fun of itself. And the willingness of them to do that, like I said, the first episode technically shows every single story's climax and makes fun of it. And I hated it, but I loved it at the same time. I could not stop laughing. It was so precious. It was a love letter to the fans, and I accepted it, and I said thank you. Number 4, Murako-chan. Again, I came to it thinking it was going to be a comedy that would have horror in the background, but it ended up doing both horror, comedy, drama, heartfelt moments, little sprinkle of ecchi, and it perfectly balanced them in a way that absolutely shocked me. The visuals looked great. The character designs were great. Miko was fantastic. Just so many great moments with her. I love it to death. 86 for reasons we've mentioned several hundred times before. Great war drama. Unmatched by many other war dramas. Number 2, Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale. Again, great period piece. Love the romance. Great visual, great style, everything. Great characters. Number 1, again, Mushoku Tensei. For reasons that we've mentioned a million times before, as Andrew mispronounces the name once again.
Since I have skipped a lot of my short lists, I'm going to go ahead and get my short list on this one, because this is the season that I knew this was going to happen at some point, so I pushed it until I had to deal with it. My senpai is annoying. Interna, Vampire Cosmonaut, Faraway Paladin, and Let's Make a Mug 2. All fantastic shows that are just barely missing this list. My number 5, I have 86. Absolutely, like we've said before, 1.5 million times. Absolutely fantastic story, and it absolutely deserves its spot on this list. Number 4, I've got Komi-san Can't Communicate. This is, I've mentioned it before. This is basically my, it's scratching my,
Scratching you?
Scratching that itch that I've missed ever since, Bochi.
Bochi des.
Bochi des. Don't forget me, Bochi des.
Bochi des.
Absolutely love it. And this one absolutely scratched that itch for me. On number 3, like Andrew had mentioned, Murako-chan absolutely got something I was not expecting out of this show, and it absolutely is a gem, and I love it. In number 2, I've got Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. She's absolutely adorable. I love that story, and I can't wait to get more of it. If we ever do, I hope so. And then, of course, number 1, Jobless Reincarnation.
Of course.
Of course.
Thanks for saying Jobless Reincarnation and not butchering like I keep doing. Now, it all comes to this one point. The final category. The best anime of the year 2021. This is the point in which blood starts flying out of every pore of our body as we struggle to put together a list. And basically, I guess just we have all these children, and we decide at some point, I'm sorry, you weren't as good as this one, so you have to go outside and never come back. And that's what makes it absolutely terrifying. So I guess this is me already cutting a lot of things I don't want to cut. My short list so far is Mushoku Tensei, Taisho Tomi Fairy Tale, 86 Murako-chan, Kageki Shoujo, Eat It in Deities, Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, Odd Taxi, Super Cubs, Shadow House, Viviflora Ice Song, Wonder Egg Priority, ReZero, Nanambiori Nonstop, and Beastars. That is how many? 12? 15? So I only have to cut 2/3 and I'm good. Chris is at the bad spot. I can see. Chris, I'm like, whoa, Chris has already got his... No, he's at the worst spot. He's got the 4. Which is always... It's always easy to put the 4 together because you're just kind of going, okay, move. And then you get to the last one, you're like, okay, but I still have like all these to choose that last slot for.
Pretty much.
Okay, let me start doing some elimination here. Beastars, sorry, love you. Sorry. I'm sorry, Mirko-chan. Sorry.
You have Odd Taxi, Super Cub, and all those other ones that you have to deal with.
Yeah,
I can at least use the excuse I didn't watch Odd Taxi. So
I was about to say, congratulations to you for not watching these shows. Less problems. Oh, I can't delete any of the other ones. I got rid of 2.
Never mind. I
got rid of 2. I just gotta get rid of.
I don't even know why I was considering anything, because I forgot that Maid Dragon's in there.
8 more.
No, I don't. Why am I putting Odd Taxi over here?
Because I just moved him. Because secretly you really love Odd Taxi, even though you didn't watch it. Because Andrew won't shut up about it. It's like Andrew explained it so well. I almost feel like I watched it. You do need to watch it before the movie comes out.
Yeah, apparently I've got to watch Odd Taxi. Everybody and their mom says it's the greatest show ever. I'm surprised our mom hasn't started talking about it yet.
She did. See, one day I was just scared me. She's like, Otakawa was such a great character. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Who are you and what have you done with my mother?
Holy crap, dude. I still have 13. I have 8 to delete. Oh, shoot. Okay, let me start moving up the... I say this every time. Let me move up they have to be up theirs. Can we do 10? Can we just do 10?
No, we love torturing ourselves. Remember, Andrew?
But I mean, let's. Andrew's gonna try to justify this. Let's be honest. The quantity of anime has been increasing substantially. The inflation of the amount of anime is increasing, so thus our amount that we choose has to increase.
Andrew,
what?
There was a pandemic last year.
But yet there's so many good shows.
Yes.
We needed more things to keep us occupied.
And they're all in one season, so you should have already trimmed them all anyway.
Doesn't make it any easier. They're all my babies. Every one of them.
That's all right. I'm still trying to figure out a way to get Miroko-chan in here, okay?
Okay. I'm sorry, Shadow House. I'm bumping you down. You're still there. I haven't fully committed. See, this sucks because I'm even considering dropping Super Cub, and I hate even thinking that.
I've already gone through that situation. I chose to go ahead and keep Super Cub, so don't even remind me of it.
And Taisho I'm considering. I hope you're all happy. I hope everybody listening to this is happy. Of course, there's probably some people that are going, just decide already.
They're laughing their butts off right now.
There's some going, just decide already.
Just for the fun of it, my list as it stands right now, and like we've said before, don't ask me in 5 minutes, it'll be a totally different list. But as it stands right now, I have number 5, I have Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid S, for reasons we've hit in absolute detail. Number 4, I've got Shadow House. Number 3, I've got Super Cub. Number 2, I've got Taisho Otome Fairy Tale. And number 1, I have... Yeah, that one. Jobless Reincarnation.
Super Cub again.
Yes, it's Super Cub again.
I think I'm trying to excuse myself. Like, well, I'll drop off Wonder Egg Priority because the finale they ended up doing was terrible. Just to give myself an excuse.
There you go.
The same for Eden Deities. The ending was angered me. Not that it was bad, it was just angered me. So obviously I got to drop that one off. 86 technically isn't over yet,
all right.
so I could drop that one off the list.
I'm giving myself the excuse of dropping Miroko-chan because there wasn't enough ecchi. There you go.
I could drop 86 off because technically it's not over yet.
That's true.
It could completely bomb. I put something up there, then I take it back down. I have precious slots. No, I only have 1 slot left. I just realized that. None Biori, ReZero, Wonder Egg Priority, Vivi Fluorite, Super Cub, Eden Deities, Kageki Shoujo.
You already done gave up on Super Cub.
What about Super Cub?
If Super Cub isn't up there already, then you already gave up on it. I don't know why you're even torturing yourself over that one.
Because I had 15 shows.
I know. I'm giving you your out. You already done gave up on it.
Kageki Shoujo, though. This whole thing sucks.
I'm just pushing you over the edge. See, to me, it seems like Ichigen and Vivi are the ones that you probably are the most hung up on. So, I mean, as much as you love Super Cub, if it's not already in that list, it wasn't strong enough compared to those other two.
That's literally everything else on the bottom.
I know. I'm
It's not on
trying.
your list
I'm
yet.
trying to help you out here.
It's not on your list.
I'm pushing you.
I think I'm stuck between.
Defy me and put Super Cub up there, and I will have respect for you. But as it stands right now, obviously Ichigen is stronger.
I think the one that I'm stuck between right now is Kageki, Super Cub, and ReZero. I think those are the ones I'm stuck on. And I guess Wonder Egg Priority. I love Vivi, but I don't know. Like I said, I think it was just a letdown of an ending. It kind of hurts itself. I'll do Wonder Egg. I'm done, I think. Oh, I know.
For the next 5 minutes.
For 5 seconds. For 5 seconds. Sorry, Taisho, Tomy Fairy Tale. I think we'll go with that, I guess. Number 5, Wonder Egg Priority. Number 4, Super Cub. Number 3, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid S. Number 2, Odd Taxi. And number 1, Jobless Reincarnation.
So
Ask me
the
again
best
in
of the
5
year,
minutes.
according to Otaku Spirit, is Jobless Reincarnation.
No, it's obviously Super Cub.
Yeah, obviously.
And Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid, because we both got those two as well. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. I did do a call out to ask some people what their top picks were, and I definitely got a lot of responses, which was definitely a lot of fun. So let's give some shout outs here. We have on YouTube, I did a shout out for people to give their best, and we have Renato E said Vivi Fluorite, or I guess I should start from the bottom. Number 5, Suki Tolaika to Nosferatu. 4, Mirako-chan. 3, Kumo Desuga Nanika, or Some Aspires or What. 2, 86, and 1, Vivi Fluorite. Sairento-kun said, I hate that it's read more for the 5th. Said Odd Taxi, Aquatope and White Sand, Yuru Camp, Vivi Fluorite, and Osama Ranking. You cheated. I said shows that finish in 2021. Osama Ranking's still going. Max Tuxford said 86, To Your Eternity, Mushoku Tensei, Vivi, and Attack on Titan. Good picks. Bacon Chips says Vivi Fluorite, Ice Song, Wonder Egg Priority, ReZero, Duke of Death, and Beastars. Good picks there. See here, I'm going to butcher this, I'm sorry. Amaterasu. Shady says Horimiya, Laid Back Camp, Attack on Titan, Odd Taxi, and Mushoku Tensei. I feel like a lot of people were kind of echoing quite a bit of ours. Jonathan C says Vivi, Mushoku Tensei, Odd Taxi, Love Live. There you go, some Love Live love. 86. Jonathan Nutini says Vivi, 86, ReZero, Odd Taxi, and Mushoku Tensei. Again, a lot of... Oh, here we go. We got some new stuff here. Parzival says Slime, Vivi, Horimiya, Beastars Season 2, and Mushoku Tensei. Peter says Super Cub, Wonder Egg Priority, Mushoku Tensei, Mars Red, and Life Lessons with Uramichi Onisan. So that's a cool. I got 2 in there that we didn't actually mention. I do want to go back and watch Mars Red. To be perfectly honest, I was actually enjoying that. I don't really know why it kind of fell off, but X Ashcat says Slime, Redo of Healer, Mirako-chan, Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, and To Your Eternity. I think that was another one that we really badly want to go back on is Redo of Healer, especially after World's Finest Assassin. Christian Perez says Wonder Egg Priority, Vivi, Link Click. That was another one that was a lot of popularity was around. I guess you could technically argue that I think that's supposed to be Chinese, but still, I've heard a lot of buzz around it. Mushoku Tensei and Odd Taxi. Debauched Baomik. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that wrong. Hike Story, Horimiya, Nomad Megalobox. That's an interesting one. That was another one that I kind of fell off on. Odd Taxi and Sunny Boy. So Sunny Boy love. Got Loka. Loka says again read more. Stupid read more. Higehiro, My Senpai is Annoying, ReZero, Mushoku Tensei, and 86. Adolfo says, redo of Healer, Aquatope, My Senpai is Annoying, Taisho, Eternally Fairy Tail, and Mushoku Tensei. I feel like we're kind of in line with a lot of our viewers and stuff. We have, or are we either that or we wouldn't stop talking about it until they decide to watch it. And Ho says, Wonder Egg, Komi-san, Love is War, Kage-sama's Love is War? That was last year. Well, if you watch this year, it could be in your list. That's fine.
Well, that's all right. So, the next one is more interesting, so go ahead.
Slime and Dragon Maid. And then Kim Tu Sung the First says School Days. There you go. That new adaptation of School Days being done by Studio Dean. Number 4 is Promised Neverland second season. Tesla Notes, X-Arm, redo of Healer. I feel like this is a troll. This is a troll, isn't it? I mean, if you love all that stuff, that's fine. That's fine. You're welcome to love Tesla Notes and X-Arm and all that good stuff. So there you go. See here. I don't know if that's supposed to be capital letters or not. I think it's Kronuva, maybe. I can't read it right now. Yuru Camp, Mushoku Tensei, Kageki Shoujo, Hike Story, and Odd Taxi. So there you go. Awesome. And then on Twitter, I got a few responses there as well. Adrian says, Mushoku Tensei and Horimiya are pretty much my only two I'm going to not going to forget anytime soon. I agree. See here, Genghis Khan says Mushoku Tensei, Odd Taxi, Vivi, Osama ranking. Again, you're cheating. It's supposed to be ending in 2021. Girlfriend. He says the last one was because he likes being difficult. That's fine. See here. Why is it showing me something completely unrelated to my tweet? Twitter, seriously. It's like I can't just see this thing. Twitter says you have to look at this too. I don't care about that. Anyways, what else is in here? Mao says, haven't watched much in 2021 to put together our list, but Odd Taxi was a thrill watching. And when the revelation hit, it made me in love with it even more. Please don't let there be a sequel to Wonder Egg. It can't just poof with that last episode. Yes, I agree. Let's see here. Loliet says Jahi-sama, Log Horizon Season 3, Odd Taxi, Nananbiori, Nonstop, and Shadow House. Good picks there. Carbon Soda says Mushoku Tensei, Shadow House, Kageki Shoujo, Nananbiori, Nonstop, and, parentheses, Andrew probably won't like this, World Witches Hashin Shimasu. Yeah. Also, Wonder Egg Priority being the first honorable mention, by the way. I'll let it slide, Carbon, because the rest of your picks are amazing. So, Wave Gaming says Mushoku Tensei is definitely, but picking 4 more is a bit more tough. Maybe Odd Taxi, Vivi, Eat It In, and Fruits Basket. Love the Eat It In. Love there. And Kageki Shoujo. Shoot, how did I forget that one? We're going to forget things. We're going to be right there with you. We're going to forget things. And then finally, I have John the Black Wolf says, Top 5, Mushoku Tensei, Horimiya, Link Click, 86, and Murako-chan. Honorable mentions, Odd Taxi, Vivi, Wonder Egg Priority, My Senpai is Annoying, and Vanitas. Vanitas love there. Not to mention the finale of the Rebuild movies and the finale of Fruits Basket, but sequels have a different kind of feeling to them and also carry a lot more weight. So I wouldn't put them in the best of the year. So definitely agree there. Yeah, I think we had quite a few movies that we ended up watching this year that were, like I said, Eden technically was one. Violet Evergarden and the Evangelion movie were really phenomenal. So that's it. We're done. That we can finally, at that point, well, I technically will probably still make another separate video for my picks, just because people like to have that stuff separate for other people that don't listen to our podcast. So definitely happy to finally, I guess, give a wrap to 2021 and look forward to 2022. It's already starting out pretty awesome so far, so I'm excited for it. We definitely appreciate you guys sticking with us throughout the year and supporting our channel and helping other people find us, supporting us through monetary value or just, again, spreading the word. You guys' support is always welcome, and we definitely appreciate it. We hope you guys enjoyed this 2021 Anime of the Year breakdown. With that said, thank you all for watching or listening, and y'all take care.
Os.